Thank you, Rafael. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, we welcome you to the workshop section on January 14, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call for the workshop session of January 14th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Councilwoman Davila. Okay. Sorry. Councilman Jackson.
Here.
Councilman Kalik.
Here.
Councilwoman Mims.
Here and ready to serve.
Councilman Velez.
Same here.
Councilwoman Cotton. Council President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank
Six
you.
present.
Madam Clerk, please read the
Six
statement
present
of
and 3
compliance.
absent. I'm sorry?
Please read the statement of compliance.
Yes. Statement of compliance with Open Public Meetings Law, 2024 through 2025. Meeting date, January 14, 2025, 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-2025 on or about July 1st, 2024. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, The Passaic County Post, Dominicano News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, The Paterson Press, The City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, The Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now let's move with payment of bills. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Council President. Happy New Year to everyone. Council members, you all received through email the payment of bills, the summary of disbursements. The total of the summary of disbursements is $13,161,861.74. This was a payroll week of $5,516,909.87. If you look at the general government, the majority is all for health benefits, and also there is some sewer included in there as well. Making that a total between the computer checks of $7,644,951.87, $5,516,909.87 for payroll, making that a total of $13,161,861.74.
Second.
Motion is for payment of bills.
We have a motion moved by Councilwoman Davila and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills.
Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $13,161,861.74. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Okay. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Velez, thank you. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 1 no, 2 absent. The payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, we have our director from the Fire and Police Department and our Fire Chief. Let's start with the Fire Department. Let's start with item number 20, which is Council Member Resolution authorizing the application to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Assistant Firefighting Grant Program. Number 20, Director. Good evening.
All fire and all police, right?
Yeah, all fire, no police, Councilman. Yes.
grant, and it'll be a 10% match for the city, which is, comes to 15,000. Basically, they're gonna give us 150,000 for this grant. The grant will be for the purchases of nozzles, appliances, and hoses, which is mandated for us to have.
Thank you. That should go on consent, council members?
Yes.
Yes.
Number 21, council members, director.
That's a accepting of the grant? Okay.
21, resolution authorizing the work
Council
contract.
Council President?
Just a minute, Councilmember Les.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, the BA is not here, but corporate counsel, in the past, we used to do an application and then come to the council with another resolution or sentence. Now, we're going back again with the same method to application and accepting at the same time. I know that this was an issue before, because what about if we didn't agree, we agree on the grant, but we don't agree in the match? You understand, especially when the city is in a burden financially, you know, even that this is not a big amount of match, and it's good for the department. I'm not saying your department only, but in the past, we used to bring the solicitation or application, and then the acceptance in another form of resolution. We're gonna continue doing like that, I don't have a problem. But, you know, just to keep in mind that we used to do that before. Application, and then acceptance was another resolution, if we wanna
Council
accept.
President.
Sure. Councilwoman Davila?
So, Councilman Velez, you are correct in certain instances. We have done that in the past, that we've done a resol to go ahead and apply and then to accept funds. In certain instances, though, we do have, especially time, there's some timing involved. It's to apply and accept.
Okay.
Just so we
So,
may
so
have
Councilman
done it.
Velez,
We-
to your point, we have done that and we still do that, but in certain instances, we do
Oh,
have
instances, okay,
to
good.
apply and
Yeah,
accept.
sometimes we have, you know, such a short deadline, like the councilwoman said.
do both.
That we don't even get the money numbers yet, you
Okay.
know? So that's why.
It's good that the chief mentioned how much is the percent of match. You know, it's good to the record, that it's not a lot, but at least it's done.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council members, item number 21 for the fire department, resolution authorizing the work contract to Show Training Solution. Chief?
This item, before anything, this item's gonna go on regular, okay?
Okay. On
And
regular.
Chief, go ahead and please, we had a extensive conversation in our Public Safety Committee meeting regarding this. I did have some questions.
Which one is that?
But after.
Item 21, Councilmember Les.
But after, you know, careful consideration, at the end of the day, you know, through the direction of the Public Safety Director and the Chief, there was only 2 companies that bid, and the Chief feels that this entity is best fit for the department, for the men and women of the fire department.
Consent.
No. This one on regular.
As per Councilwoman Davila requested, we'll go on regular. Item 20.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, item 22, council members, resolution authorizing a 5-year interlocal service agreement with the Passaic Valley Water Commission. Director, council members?
That's the Pacific Valley Water Commission. They pay us 150,000
Yeah, they
currently
did.
for us
That's
to
good.
provide
Consent.
confined space protection.
Yeah,
Thank
that could go.
We just
That's-
did a
Yeah.
5-year contract with them, with increases
They
2%
pay
per
us.
year.
That should go on consent, council member.
Council President,
Cali.
Council President,
Councilman Velez.
this is not the first time, right?
No.
Okay, did they owe us money?
No.
No.
Okay, good, all right.
No, they pay.
Item number 22 will go on consent. Now, we're moving to item number 23, resolution. Resolution,
That item has to go on regular because
Item
of the
22?
Passaic Valley Water Commission.
Yes, there's a you know, Councilwoman
So it
has to go on regular.
recuse herself.
Okay.
So let's have item 22 on regular, council members. So item number 23, Chief, resolution of the first renewal contract with Millennium Sergeant.
That's basically disaster relief. If we use them, that's when the city pays them. Last time they were used was during COVID, where we paid, I believe, an amount of 60,000, and they were able to bring millions of dollars to the city.
Consent.
All right,
Consent.
thank you, council members.
It's always better to
Consent.
have and not need than need and not have it.
And again,
Thank
you're
you.
correct.
So, council members, now we will, item number 23, as Per
Regular.
Councilman Jackson's request, Madam Clerk, item 23 will go on regular.
Thank you.
Now we're moving down the line with
Police.
police. Item number 28, resolution authorizing the city of Paterson to enter into a MOU with the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission. Director?
Yes, this is the normal, we've been doing this for years. It's the providing of an officer for security over at the Motor Vehicle Commission office, and they pay us. The amount is $349,440
Consent.
in 12 equal payments
Yeah.
for our officers.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Consent. Item 29,
Council
Director.
President, just if everybody's looking at
Councilwoman
item
Davila.
27, it's crossed out only because it's the same item as
Item.
28, okay?
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Item number 29, Director.
Yes, item number 29, it's a virtual reality
Yes.
simulator.
Wow.
You know how years ago the building got
We saw
flooded
this on
out,
camera,
and we have to
yeah.
use Paramus' range? We use Paramus' range, but what this also does is it helps with less than lethal force.
Yes.
So say you had a big screen where you can see me there, you see a guy coming at you,
Use the microphone, use the microphone.
the guy would be coming at you, and then you decide if you're going to shoot. You shoot or you don't shoot. It's almost like a video virtual reality, and then you find out that the guy had a pencil in his hand. You know what I mean? So they bring you through these scenarios. This is really good for our officers.
Yep.
It's being funded, I believe, by a grant. through a
Diagram, okay.
Consent.
29, consent.
Consent.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Councilman Kalik and Councilwoman Davila. Item number 30, resolution authorizing the award contract with First Priority Emergency Vehicle.
Yes.
Director, number 30.
If you've been to New York City and you see the blue and white Ford trucks that have like a utility cab, it's a two-wheel vehicle. It's gonna go to ERT. It'll have all of our less than lethal, like, something, they call it a containment bar, right? It's a square, and instead of having to fight with somebody, you can hold them against the wall and handcuff the person.
How do we funding this, Director?
This one here is being funded, I believe, hold on
wasn't a
one
portion
second, this may
forfeiture
be a
fund?
mix.
Yep,
This is gonna go from the state through transition.
okay. How you, council members, just go on
Consent.
consent, if you feel
Consent.
okay? Director, those are the only items that we have from
We
fire and
have one more.
police.
The simulator, that's
And,
20.
Number
wait.
38.
Number 38,
Yeah,
yes,
it got
it
moved down
moved
because of
38,
the scrap.
which is resolution authorizing the second opioid year renewal contract with the Research Foundation of CUNY. Director?
Yeah, this also is, it's a renewal. They do a lot of our coalition for, the group that does the opioid response. This is not the Real Fix program. This is more a coalition for opioid response that our teams work with to help, us figure out and look at the statistics, look at the data, and how do we get in front of fentanyl and the opioids that we're faced with today. This is a grant as well. And
Okay.
this is a renewal.
Okay. Council members?
Consent.
Consent, thank you. Director, so this is just, I have only one comment on this renewal. It's very important, Director, that when we renew a contract with any entity, it's important to have a report on the performance. And that will be extremely important for us as a council members.
Understood.
To see the performance of that entity before we do the renewal, how effective they've been, the results.
Got it.
Since they've been in. That's definitely,
Understood.
for now on, make sure that report is attached to that resolution for us to make a smart decision.
Decision.
Informed
Understood.
decision. Thank you.
Understand, Council
Yeah,
President.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Director, is there any funding that's implicated in this item?
For police.
Doesn't show. Yes, it's a grant, and it's $125,000.
Beautiful.
You have two more.
So this grant is paid to them?
This grant will go to them. This funding will go to them, not to us.
The grant source is what, exactly?
Excuse me?
The source of the grant, is an application that we provide, they provide? come
No,
from the
no,
state?
we're going to provide them with 125,000 to the John Jay College for their consulting services on the opioid response. And I believe this is a state grant because it's just got the G there. And that's pretty much what I could talk to our CFO. If you,
Javier?
Yes, it's a grant that we received. So we received a grant, and we're using the grant to pay for these services.
So there was
It's
a
a-
grant application that was put in for this?
Yes, a couple years ago. It's an opioid grant that was, I want to say maybe 2024, 2023 maybe. It's an opioid
So
grant
the
from a couple years
provision-
ago.
The provision on the grant was it was a 3-year
I would have
automatic
to,
renewal?
I would have to look at the grants, but it was a big grant. It was, I want to say almost, there are 2 or 3 opioid grants. I'm not sure exactly which one this is.
it's a 2-year grant. It started,
Yeah,
we started in 23 with it, and it had an option to renew for an additional 3 and 1-year periods. And that's what we're doing here.
Can I get the details on the grant sent to my email, please?
Sure. And I can give you a copy of this.
Regular.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You-
As
Council President, Council President.
Police Department has 2 more.
Council member?
We have 2
Just a
more.
second. As Councilman Jackson requests, Madam Clerk, item 38 will be on regular. And also, Director, I need a performance report from 2023 since they've been in the city.
On that,
I would be-
CCU, and
I will fix that they've been. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Director, we got 2 more items.
Council President,
Just a minute. Councilman Velez?
thank you. Director, the word consulting creates a money of $125,000 to this CUNY, John Jay College. So in other words, it goes only in communication. They supply any kind of resources, tools, or whatever to attack this kind of opiate. Are they working collaboration with
they
human
work,
services?
yes, they work with our people, like Ursi and Todd and some of the other people that work on the coalition. They will work together with them in collaboration. But if you want an explanation on this, I will bring them to the next meeting and let them
Yeah, because it
explain
will
it,
be-
because I don't want to
yeah.
misspeak.
Correct. Council
Okay.
President, it will be healthy, because it's $125,000. It's not new in front of us. We've been doing it, but we want to see what is the factual solution that they bring in to see less in our street, to see less respond in our street, to see if we could walk through this consulting process to see how effective it being, those $125,000.
Understood.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Velez. So they will be on the meeting on the 21st, Director?
The 21st is the meeting?
Yes.
And it's here? Yes.
Make sure they- make
I
sure
will
they come
find
in.
out who spearheads this, who has run it through, and then I'll make sure that that person is here that day.
Thank
I
you,
will make
Director.
sure. I
Director,
will
we
be
also,
here.
we also have
Okay.
2 more. We have item 42, Director, which is resolution authorizing the award of contract to Northeastern Interior Service for LLC on the Houston County Educational
Oh,
Service.
yes.
Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yes. This here is the new operations center that's being built at headquarters. Basically, what you're going to have is like I'm standing here, and I don't want to give it all out, but if you could imagine, there's always going to be a white shirt that's going to be at the, say, the podium with all of our cameras that are connected, and you can go through citywide and then calling shots out to our officers. It's going to be an operations center, so shot spotter goes off. Zoom, we can go right over to that area, we can see what's going on, we can get to radio to our people, but you're always going to have that room manned, and it's going to be
Yes.
manned by the
I think-
supervision.
Council President.
Director, just a minute, Council Velez. I think you're referring to item 43, Director.
oh, I'm sorry, I
Which is
apologize.
resolution, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the demolition for that project.
To go out for a bid?
Yeah.
Council
That's the
President.
demolition.
Just a minute, Council Velez. I'll be with you in a minute.
I
Councilman
apologize.
Davila?
42 is the resolution so that they can start breaking that down to build that.
For the co-op.
It's a co-op.
Councilman Khalid?
And it's being paid
Ca-
for with
ca-
asset forfeiture funds
both should be concerned.
and state aid.
Thank you.
They
Councilman
both
Velez?
should be
Consent.
concerned.
Council
Yeah,
President,
wait a second.
Yeah, both of them
you
should
have
be
the
on
floor. Go ahead.
consent. Shot spotter one.
Council President,
The
Yes,
shot spotter's fine.
may I, please?
yes.
Yeah, but what are they tearing
So-
down? I wanna know what they tearing down. What building are they tearing
Okay,
down?
so,
Right.
so the one we
They-
discussed is the demolition.
Yeah, that's a demolition
Okay.
for the operations center.
But you spoke about the operational,
Correct.
right? How much is the operational, if it gets approved, how much is going to be invested in
I
that?
don't have the figures on that, but I can tell you that it's going to be state and asset forfeiture.
Okay,
And we're
so-
also working to try and make an agreement with the state to even reimburse us back on the asset forfeiture part.
Okay, so it sounds good.
Right.
Because we had to upgrade that building, even though I don't have a CO on it, but we had to upgrade whatever is in there.
Sure.
My question will be, don't you think that this should be in the new communication, room that we have, or building that we're gonna have?
No, because it's got to be where the cops are. You got
Okay.
me? Needs to be in the heart of the police department, where all your cops are, where your supervisors are, where people are coming in and out, so they see what's going on. And when that person is calling out, or when that shot spotter's going off, you want it to be right in the heart
Correct.
of the
So,
police
so in
department.
other words, Director, it's good, because we need to upgrade technology for our officers, and I always support that. Roughly, right, I don't know, the bid haven't come back or whatever for that. Roughly, how much you think, based on your experience, this will cost? Roughly. With your experience in the sheriff department and other cities?
The demolition's gonna cost.
No, I don't care about the demolition. I'm talking about the operational room.
42's construction is $497,930.
And it's going to outside contractor.
Yeah.
And we're not gonna see DPW employees breaking walls, nothing like
No.
that. Okay, so it's gonna be directly to that contract. Now, the operational room, the one that you say you got cameras, all that stuff, and good things, have to be in there. How much you think it will cost us with monitors, cameras, and all that stuff?
Councilman.
Roughly.
You know,
You don't know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not as big of an expense as you think, because shot spotters where our expense is.
They're all over.
What you're looking at today is screens. You're looking at monitors. We need to get monitors set up and then have it so that we can click through it and go to wherever that shot spotter, wherever that unit's calling, wherever that 911 call's coming from, so that we can go to it, and you're in one spot looking, and then you're calling it out to the units.
That's correct, and I say, once
So
again, I
I-
agreed. I agree that the technology we needed, but what I'm thinking here is that we've been talking about a new police building, a new recreation / police department, and then 5 years from now, we had to demolish all this building and everything go down the drain.
No, I think you're wrong with that, because basically what we're bringing in is, like I said, screens. Those things can be moved.
Okay.
If you want to take that tomorrow and put it somewhere else, you can. If you want to take, 5 screens and move, the cameras are the infrastructure that's already out.
I got you.
In the community.
Okay.
We're using both community cameras and police cameras. Those cameras are already there.
Thank you,
Thank you, Director.
Director.
Thank you.
So,
You're welcome.
council members,
Yeah.
are you okay with 42 and 43 going on consent? I know you have a question, Councilwoman. Okay, so Councilwoman Cotton, then Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Billy, can you please come up, because you were standing up there with them?
Excuse me, the president got up? Oh,
Say that
Tommy, finally, okay.
No, because you know what, as I'm reading it now, it says demolition and construction. It has both in there.
Yeah, that's for the space that the operation's gonna be held out of. It
Right,
has to
so
be
it's gonna.
redone.
Half of the money is for to tear it apart, and the other half is to rebuild it.
Excuse me, Councilwoman?
Yeah, it says demolition and construction.
Reconstruction.
Right,
Yeah.
reconstruction. Now, let me ask you something, Director. If I'm standing in front of 111, where is it at? In the back part, Memorial Drive side, or in the, where is it at 111 Broadway? The what?
I wouldn't put that out in,
Oh, you don't want to put it out?
no.
I'll tell you where it is.
No, I mean, I'm trying to figure, that's why I said, I want to know, half the money is to tear it down, and the
It'll
other
be on
half is to
111
fix it
Broadway.
back.
It'll be in 111 Broadway.
It's going to be at 111.
Yes.
So I'll just come over there and you can show me where it's going to be
Yeah,
at.
definitely.
Okay. Thank you, Council President.
Jackson?
Well, I basically had a similar question with regard to the demolition. So this is a portion of 111 Broadway. Do we have an approximate square footage that this?
I
The
don't
work site
have
is
the,
in-
I don't have the drawings, but it's the interior, and it's gonna be the demolition and the construction. That's what's gonna cost the 497,930,000.
All right, so 497,000. That's just the demolition and reconstruction. That's not including, so, because there's two items here, right? And the second item is the technology, which you clearly said the technology is just monitors and et cetera.
It's gonna be construction and demo.
Construction and demo for
Yes.
400,000+ dollars.
Yeah, it's gonna be 400.
Do we have the square footage?
It's-
Director Rodriguez, do we know the square footage?
No, there's no square footage on here. No. I can get you the square footage. Let me just see here.
Do we
No.
have the details on what exactly is taking place? So we're demoing what? Some masonry, some sheet rock walls?
You're gonna make, where,
Director?
I don't wanna give out where it's exactly
I don't care
gonna
about
be.
where it is.
Yeah, you're
I'm
gonna
saying-
have to take some, you're gonna take old offices down
Offices and partitions?
so that
It's
you
a-
can, have a bigger room. So
Bigger space.
instead of having those small little box offices, they're gonna come all down. And the other side where we have all those box offices, they're gonna come down. They're not being used, so that's where that's
I'm
gonna
gonna
be.
need a detailed list of what we're constructing. Are we replacing space heaters, air handlers? Like, what, $400,000, $500,000 is getting us what exactly? Taking down some partitions and putting up some aluminum framing and sheet rock walls, drop ceiling? What are we doing?
Council, we could get you the details on it. As far as right now, I don't have detailed of exactly what's going in it, if they could change in the HVAC, anything like that, but we'll definitely get it to you.
Yeah, I need a full detailed list of the construction,
want it to go on
proposed
regular?
construction.
You want it to go on
Oh,
regular?
definitely on regular.
All right, Madam Clerk, item 42 will go on regular, Councilman Jackson's request. And 43 is the maintenance for ShotSpotter, so that'll go on consent. Thank you, Director.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay. DPW, Director?
We'll get it though.
Let's do all of DPW.
31 to 34.
DPW.
That's 31 to
31.
34.
31's a renewal.
31.
You got it, boss.
31, 32, 33, 34.
Director, good evening. So we have item on public work from, let's take care, item 31 from 34, Director. Item 31 is a resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with J&J Electrical Construction and Design.
Yeah, this is our electrical contract. It's a renewal.
Yes, consent.
Consent, council members. Item 32, resolution authorizing the rejection
Regular.
of. You want, as Councilman Jackson requests, item 31 will be on regular. So item 32 is a resolution authorizing the rejection of all bid and authorizing the solicitation of new bid for the West Railway Avenue Sewer Separation Project. Director?
Yes, after meeting with purchasing and engineering, it was determined that the state purchasing laws weren't followed on the bid on certain instances, so we want to reject the bids and go out to bid again.
Okay, this is just a rejection of all
Yes.
the bid?
Yes.
Let
Okay.
me ask you, Council President,
Councilwoman Cotton?
how many bids came back?
I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was 3.
And so the engineering department discovered that all three of them were not good enough.
Well, I don't want to say all 3 of them. One of them, maybe the lowest one didn't follow the state
Oh,
criminals.
the lowest one didn't follow?
Yeah, I don't want to, I think that was the problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So,
Council
Consent.
President.
Councilman Jackson, on item 32?
So this is actually the effort to separate the storm
Yes.
from, okay. And it's, are we starting in specific areas of the city, or are we?
This is for West Railway.
West Shore.
Now, I understand this is for West Railway, but we're also, is there an effort to separate sewer from
Yeah, the CSO
storm
project.
on River Street as well?
Yes,
River, so that's being separated,
yes.
okay.
That's within the contract director, the suppression of the sewer on the new reconstruction of River
Yes.
Street. Okay. So item 32, council member on consent. Item 33, director resolution authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute the site access agreement between the city of Paterson and Damato Realty Group.
Consent,
Thank you.
that's regular.
Item 33, council
Can
members.
we get some-
Consent,
can we
consent,
get
consent.
the director to
consent, yeah.
outline?
Director?
I don't have the res in front of me. These are run-of-the-mills. We do these all the time when the monitoring wells are requested through the state. Hold on.
Especially when it's new projects and et cetera.
'85 Florida Ave. 85 Florida Ave. This is for 2 monitoring wells there.
Okay. Consent on 33, council members? We all agree?
Consent.
Item 34, director, is a resolution authorizing the change order number 2 for the Barbaro Park Playground Improvement, bid number
Council
2404.
Council
Council
President,
President,
Just a minute, council members. So, Councilwoman Cotton?
I need to know, Director, exactly what this change order is,
This-
because it says, when I read the resolution, it says, making room for the playground, or something to
hap-
that effect.
When it was determined that the water line wasn't big enough to support the sprinkler system, everything, we brought in Passaic Valley. They changed their water system for us, but in that time, the curbing and the certain places of the concrete was broken, so we had to redo. That was never input into the original contract, because that was found out after the fact. So
After
this
you
is
dug
this is
up.
to pay for that part, to redo the curbing that was broken to
Mhm.
add the water.
Right, because it was in one side, and they put it to the other
Yes.
side. Okay, I understand that.
Council President,
Thank you,
Yeah, it could-
Councilwoman Cotton.
Council
So,
President.
Councilman,
Council-
I see Councilman Udine, then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Director, so that was not included in the beginning, as you have stated on the resolution. So do you think any other change will come over the time project is over?
No, this is done after this.
Okay, we don't want to see any more changes.
No, not for that one.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you. So item 34, consent, council members.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson?
Director, what's the cost?
15,000.
15,100.
Mm-hmm.
Director, you say 1515?
Yeah, that's what it was, right?
Okay, just for the record. Okay, so Director, that's the item 34 is the last item that we have.
Council
No.
President.
I have Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez?
Thank you. So now it's clarified that what the change of order was to, I know the line of water, whatever, the excavation for that line or whatever have to be done. But what's trigger us here that when they talk about new playground, for the new playground,
Yeah, because
is the playground area or the playground
the water,
equipment?
if you were there for construction, the water line came in through the playground area, so we had to bring it in through the playground. That's why it says through the new playground.
Oh, so in other words, no, but it says here, for new playground.
Yes. For the
Okay,
new-
so in other words, not the equipment that is there, it's the playground area.
It's for the park, Councilman. It's for the sprinkler system, for the water fountains.
Oh, for the one that was in the middle?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. That's a
Thank you,
playground.
thank you, Councilman Velez. Thank you, Director, you know.
Council, I got a request.
Yes, go ahead, Director.
There's an item on here for Public Works. There's an ordinance. I'm gonna ask that to be.
Item number 44?
Yeah, 44. I'm gonna ask for that to be tabled into committee.
Yeah,
so
this is
we can have a
exactly what
bigger-
was my request as well, Council President, that let's have this in-depth discussion
Councilman
in
Dean.
committee, and then we can move it
So,
forward.
Council President, may I please?
Just a minute, so Councilman Dean.
If he's asking to table it, we don't need to discuss it right now.
No, I just wanna,
Okay, so, members
I
of the.
just wanna.
Council member, just a minute. I know,
Council
I have a
President.
request from the Director to table it. We're gonna table it, but I open the floor to Councilman Dean. You finished, Councilman Dean?
So, yes, as I have spoke with a director, and that was not discussed in the committee. I believe that committee needs to sit down and have discussion before we
Okay.
bring it to the.
Okay,
uh,
okay.
So, Council President, may I please?
Councilman Velez?
Thank you. So I thought this was discussed even in a press conference that we was having at the site, Passaic Street. I don't know, you recall, you was there, I
Where?
believe your director was there, that I requested in the public portion, I don't know, you know, when we were speaking, that it's good that we have big penalties, the dumping, and I agreed on it, $10,000. What we only adding on here, on top of the $10,000, is that they do community service. So that was the only thing that we add in here. We're not adding nothing else that is not different, that in top of the penalty to put more teeth to the ordinance of dumping, they get the fine, but at the same time, they would do community service.
The way.
So,
No,
I spoke to legal, he saw it factual, I don't know
No, no,
why he had to go to committee.
because it says and
Director.
or.
Huh?
Council
Director, can you
I
speak
like-
a little closer to the mic? I can't hear you.
Because the way the ordinance reads, I believe it says and or, so you can either do community service and community service. I guess it'd be up to the prosecutor and the judge.
The judge.
As Public Works, my opinion, I don't want that. That's why I want to bring it back to committee.
Okay.
Council
Back to
President?
committee and-
Thank you. Councilman
Council
Dean?
President,
No, I was,
I'm sorry,
I was
Councilman Dean?
absolutely not.
Councilman
So,
Dean, lady, Councilman Dean?
thank you, Council
Just
President.
Just a minute, Councilman Dean. I have Councilwoman Mims first, and then you next. Ladies first.
so-
Councilwoman Mims?
So this is not, because we tabled this, so there's really no need for further discussion, it's tabled. So I have another point of reference.
Yes.
I submitted some items about 3 months ago. I received information from traffic that they will be on the agenda tonight, and they are not. So I'm gonna be sending them again in the morning. One is E16 for the 15-minute parking, and there's another item that was sent 3 months ago, and I was told they will be on the agenda for tonight. So I will be sending those items once again, and prayerfully, we could get them on next week for
Okay.
vote. And then in addition to, in 2018, I've been pushing for traffic lights on Madison and 7th Ave, as well as Broadway and East 27th. Traffic has identified that there's been at least 50 accidents per location, which really, it shouldn't have taken that long for us to move forward. But I'm saying to the administration, well, CFO, the BA's not here, but to the CFO, that we need to allocate some dollars to put traffic lights on Broadway and East 27th and Madison and 7th Ave before someone is fatally killed. There's been some major accidents. People have been in the hospital for a while. Please, let's get those items done, and I will forward in the morning these items that's been waiting for 3 months.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Dean?
So thank you, Council President. Since Councilman Mims spoke about some of the items she sent, and Director, that I also sent a few items, which is stop sign on Grand Street for this traffic study. I requested pedestrian crossing on the Union Avenues, and that's about 4 months that I'm waiting for as well. So let's take a look at what's happening. We can have the conversation in the next committee meeting. Thing I wanted to spoke about that in the last time we spoke about the surveillance camera around the city, dumping areas, removable cameras to make sure that no dumping takes place, also name or shame. And we want to make sure that before we introduce another resolutions or another ordinance, whatever items we pass, we want to see in action. That's what we're waiting for. We can have as many ordinances passed in this chamber until we, go to the action or, bring them to the reality. There is no point of just adding rules after rules. So what's the update with buying cameras and how we are going to, if we really need to bring any change to this, I think Councilman Velez item can be incorporated with whatever item we passed recently, I'd say about 2 months ago.
Thank you, Councilman Udine.
Council President, let the record reflect, we're not tabling it, we're sending it back to committee. Table is when it don't exist. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I need
It
to.
will- It's back on the
But it's a
committee.
good
and
thing. It's a
gotta
good
Thank you,
thing.
thank you,
Yeah, change the
Councilman Velez.
wording.
Director, so now, before we move on, Director, I know that's the last item from you.
Two more.
Very recently, we approved, Director, we passed the legislation by increasing the fine for dumping up to $10,000, a minimum $2,500, which is a heavy fine. But we need more action. I hear that some number from the administration that we have over $15,000 collected in fine, but that's not enough. Dumping is a huge problem in the city. We need your help. We need everybody help on this because
Council-
Paterson is the dumping ground, Passaic County,
It's-
Director.
The number is way more than that for 2000.
Way more than
Yes,
Can you
yes.
give us a report of how
It's-
much money?
The estimated number right now for dumping and, I would say garbage out early and stuff like that is about $300,000.
How much?
About 300,000.
300 to collecting on the fees?
No, not collect, I don't collect, I just fine.
Fine,
Yeah.
300,000, okay. If we could give us a
Council
number in
President.
writing, I will appreciate it. I'm excited to hear that because that's a heavy number on dumping. So Councilwoman Davila?
Council President, thank you very much. Director,
Yes.
I got a constituent complaint this morning at the office. Can you please check into 162 Ryerson Ave? There was a request apparently months ago, I don't know if it's true or not, but that was what stated, for a handicap. They said they went through the traffic division. Can you please look into 162 Ryerson Ave?
Council President.
Okay?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank
Ca-
you, Council
Thank
President.
you, Director.
Council President.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. Director, I know that you probably received a WhatsApp video from King Street and Summer under the train trestle, I believe it is. How difficult is to take that boat that had no license plate, that had nothing, it's been there sitting for a while. How difficult is to, because it's abandoned, it's right there, how we could remove it if there's no license plate, no.
You should
How
ask Jerry
difficult
that
is-
question.
What was that?
You should ask Jerry that question.
Why?
It's a boat on the street. We can't tow them no more, because we can't put it nowhere.
So how difficult is to tell PD, listen, we have this boat, no registration, no plate number, no nothing, no decal,
That's,
and it's just a graffiti wall over there. And what it promote people to continue dumping. You could clean there tomorrow, but if the boat stay there, people are gonna continue dumping. I understand that you're overwhelmed, your department's overwhelmed. I'm happy to hear that up to date from 1 year, because we're celebrating 1 year of dumping in the city of Paterson. You know what's 1 year of dumping? Last January is when this all started. When they decide that the administration was gonna pick up the bulk, the administration was gonna pick up the mattress and all that stuff, okay? We celebrating this month a year of dumping in the city of Paterson. Now, DPW is overwhelming. They pick up today, tomorrow they dump. And I have proved that with videos and quoting people out there.
yes.
What we have to do is, ladies and gentlemen, is a real plan. A real plan that will satisfy the residents of Paterson, a real plan that really will keep the city clean, okay? Because wherever you go, and my colleagues will agree, DPW is trying to do the work, but something is going on in this city that residents have to put their 50-50. Everybody had to be on board. It's not enough that if I see something and you see it, you don't say nothing. You have to do something. If you get plates or whatever, you have to come and stay forward
Got
to
it.
keep our city clean. But this trestle on the Madam Councilwoman Cotton, I know you're aware of it because you are being addressing it too, but it's in that spot. You know how difficult it is to move a boat. And Jerry's not here, but you know, I don't know, but somebody had to come together and say, you know what, enough is enough. Let's move this boat. G. Greer reported every time. So, and no, hold on, Councilwoman. You know, we get the complaints, and we direct those complaints to the proper individuals.
Yes.
And once again, they're overwhelming. They're doing the job, but some point have to stop.
Thank you, Councilman.
I could praise and take the robocalls and say, Paterson, we have issued 15,000 summonses today, but our city still look dirty. I don't know how we could address this.
Duly
Council
noticed,
President.
Councilwoman Davila.
All right, thank you very much.
Director, thank you so very much.
Got two
Just,
more, Councilman. We got two more.
go.
35 and 36.
Let's do it together. Yeah, 35, yes, those are the new, it's under the administration. Resolution 35 is a resolution authorizing the application and acceptance of fund from NJDCA 2025 Recreation Improvement Grant Program at the Larry W. Field,
Yes.
or East Side Park Field. Direct. By the way, I got the heavy machine on
Consent?
the field.
Yes.
So I was there today.
Yeah.
Consent
That
35.
could go on consent, council member. It's the
Yes.
third ward. My
35
Larry
and
W.
36
Field.
consent.
My Larry
This
W.
is
Field.
City
Item
of
36.
Paterson, Council President. Go ahead, move forward.
I'm sorry, item 36, council member resolution authorizing the application and acceptance of fund from NJDCA 2025 recreation approved for the grant program for the Paterson Recreation Center.
Consent.
Consent,
No,
I think, Councilman Udine.
Council President,
Councilwoman
can we get an
Mills.
explanation? This is saying approximately 2 million. What recreation center? Can we get some explanation?
Recreational improvement.
No, it's,
Does not say center.
no, we need explanation though.
Right,
Look,
no,
I'm
this-
not, you better ask for some questions, you better ask for some clarity.
Recreation
Look, let me tell you something, to Patterson viewing, never take anything by face value in the city. You have to ask some questions, so, can you explain what this
was
is
a
for,
grant
because
that-
it's $2 million?
No, this is a grant that administration put into the state to fund part of the new recreation center that we're, trying to build, and this is just part of the
Correct,
money that we
so
can.
we didn't have the dollars and the money had to be
Yeah.
allocated elsewhere, so that's why I asked the question.
Yes.
Why are we accepting a grant when we don't have plans for the recreation center?
That's,
I bet it is. That's why it should not go on consent. It should not even be here. This should have been, this was a part of the $19 million program or whatever they were gonna do. That fell apart, so that's why I'm questioning why this is even here at this point without a vision. So, Council President, it should not be on consent. As a matter of fact, it should be removed until we get some clarity because there's no recreational plan. So why are we accepting, or is there something that I'm not aware of? Because if that's the case, this should not even be on the agenda.
Thank you, Councilman
President.
Mims. Just a minute, Councilman Mims. I know item 36, we're not taking from action today, but it will be taken from action next week on this item. Mr. CFO, do you have any additional information on this item? Because this is an application for, the application for acceptance of the fund. CFO, you have any explanation?
Well, this is an application for grant funding for plans for
Right.
the recreation center, but I don't think that's totally scrapped. There is a plan. We're just trying to get the money from other sources.
So-
Other sources.
so
Okay, so
CFO,
what we're gonna
is the
do-
plan?
so what
What's
we
the-
gonna- so what we're gonna do-
Since he's answering, what's the plan?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Council President, so.
Councilman Mims?
Since that was stated, I would like to know the plans, because the original plans was the $19 million. That is out of the window. So what are the plans? We're accepting money for what plans?
For the plan.
Well, there's already a framework for a recreation center.
Where?
What do you mean where?
You're saying that, where's the
Location.
framework? Where?
I mean, we can have a meeting, and I guess it could be shown.
Well,
to
that's what I'm
everyone.
saying. Since we don't have clarity, Council President,
Council
I'm only one person, but this item should not be here. We don't have any clarity as to a vision or a plan for what this is for.
So-
We have an item on the agenda to accept money for something we don't have plans for. It's
So
like,
what-
it's
Council
like
President.
gaslighting to the community
Thank
for
you.
me.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Council-
Thank you, Council President.
Well, this is what happens when you make a tradition and the customs become just allowance to allow the administration to do whatever, to bring forward a proposal for $2 million and not have a site. And furthermore, you know, within the provisions of our charter, every meeting that we hold, there's a representative from the mayor's office, which is the BA's office, that's supposed to be here. I mean, obviously, she's already accepted, you know, employment in other locations, but the disrespect just continues. The office is supposed to be represented. Every time she's absent, she never has representation from her office. She has Mr. Harry Savalas, the CFO, his requirement is to be here all the time, according to the bylaws and according to the conditions of our charter. And, you know, this is just another example. The audacity for them to bring forward an item, no location, no information, you know, it's a track record that they're accustomed to, having the council be in the rubber stamp, and this is what it's become. So, I mean, obviously, I'm surprised to hear anyone else say that this should be getting pulled, but I'm in total agreement. This shouldn't even be on the agenda without having a full outline plan.
Gotcha. Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Council President.
Definitely, Director, item 36 will be removed from the agenda.
Thank you,
We're
Council. Good
looking forward to have that conversation with administration.
Council
This item,
President.
just a minute, Councilman Velez. This item has been very, I mean, there's a lot of sentiment when it comes to the rec center. We've been crying, the community's been crying for a rec center for many, many years. And if we adding in a legislation on this agenda for a rec center related, the full plan have to be in the agenda. Everybody have to be fully aware. Even before we receive
Yes.
some funding, we
Yes.
gotta have a presentation.
Yes.
This is the location, the fourth ward, the first ward, whatever the location is, but the community need to be fully involved. Item 36 will be off
Council-
the agenda.
Council
Thank you,
President.
Council President.
Just
Thank
a
Council
you.
President.
Yes, Councilman Davila, have Health and Human Service before that.
Council
Councilman Velez.
President.
Yes, you
Oh,
have the
okay.
floor, you're next.
All right. So my statement will be, and I know he already moved it, and custom will be, let's hear everybody's opinion and then make a decision to table it, right? Because it will make it more powerful, that table. But you know what will happen if we approve this today to the next meeting to approve? We are putting a stamp for mismanagement of funds. For mismanagement of fund. Let me say why. The title is misleading because the title is saying that we have a recreational center in plan and in place. It should be, the title should be different. And if we approve this moving forward, still we'll be given a stamp for mismanagement of funds because they're gonna use it for other things. I know
Council
that.
President, I
Right,
had asked for the
Councilman
floor before.
Yeah, Councilwoman Davila.
I had asked for the floor, so I did request for Health and Human Services to go next. But in addition, I just want to put on record, I noticed that my honoree for Black History Month is not here. I did give the information to the clerk's office, so I just want to make sure that it is in. It is, my honoree is Denise Koba from the Health and Human Services Department. And so you will have all that, the additional information. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Now we have Health and Human
Council-
Service Director.
Council President,
Councilman Dean.
thank you, Council President. I have a question to CFO. CFO, so let's say we table this item back. Is there any, is it going to hurt the grant to get in the future? I want to hear direct answer from you.
What?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Councilman.
Okay, table.
What?
All right, so it's tabled.
Yeah.
Okay, here you go. It's gone. Good job.
He's not sure.
Thank you, council members, thank you. Let's get back to Health and Human Service, item 24, Director Ramirez. Item 24, which is a resolution authorizing the award contract to St. Joseph University Medical Center for medical service in connection with the treatment of
24.
tuberculosis. Item 24.
24.
It should go on consent, item 24.
This is to award a
Item 25,
contract.
resolution authorizing the city of Paterson to enter into an agreement with receive grant funding from the Justice Healthcare Quality Institute Director.
This is the second year that we get this grant. Last year was a $25,000 grant. This year, we got $10,000. It's for the mayor's wellness campaign. And this year, our focus is going to be domestic violence awareness.
Well, very good.
Consent.
Consent, thank you, council members,
what's the
consent. Item 26, Director, which is resolution authorizing the split award of contract to mount the lead inspector in, Director?
This is part of our lead and healthy homes grant. It's required. We're splitting the contract because it is a very busy grant, so we have two different providers that are available when we have to go do this type of work in the homes.
Consent.
Did they observe the?
Item 26, consent, thank you, Director. Those are the three items only that we have from Health and Human Service Director. Thank you, we appreciate it.
Director, before you leave,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
anything, Council President,
Councilman Bless.
I know that he addressed new items. Anything that you want to say about the second reading, this is your ordinance 2, before we continue?
I will be here when that comes up if there are any
Yes.
questions.
Okay.
But
All right.
this is the council president's initiative, so.
Oh,
Yep, yep.
okay.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
what is he referring to?
The second reading ordinance.
Nice.
Number 5.
Number 5?
You asked a
So,
question about the
yeah,
last one?
I have a question
Just a
for the
minute.
director.
That Councilman, you say you have 37, sorry, wait a minute. You said
Director,
what?
the previous item,
For 26 consent, 26, you have a question about that? Did you ask for the floor about that?
no, the previous.
25?
previous, Yeah.
So Director, Councilman
previous
Jackson,
item,
25. is his question.
The mayor's wellness,
Yeah, it's called the Mayor's Wellness Campaign. That's what the New Jersey Care Quality Institute calls it. So they reach out to municipalities throughout the state of New Jersey. The municipalities who choose to participate have to apply, submit a grant application
so
with
the
an idea.
25,000 from last year.
No, last year was 25,000. We did a mental health ambassador. And, you know, they went out to different events. They participated with CBH Care, which was our clinical partner. This year, again, we were allowed to apply. We were actually one of 2 municipalities in the entire state who were awarded a grant again for the second time.
10,000.
This year's $10,000.
There is no communications being paid for this grant, is there,
Communications for what, I'm sorry?
to the public?
No, no.
Okay.
This grant, the money's supposed to be spent on the grant. We are administering, I am the grant administrator directly, so
you're
we don't
saying
have
the
to hire
25
anybody.
grand was spent on an ambassador?
We had a mental health ambassador out of my office. The way we wrote the grant, we opened it up for social workers or mental health workers out of my office who were able to apply. We posted the job. Someone in my office applied, the social worker. She personally was the mental health ambassador chosen, and she worked with CBH Cares to do different type of events, mental health awareness throughout the city.
And she was paid in addition to her
No,
salary?
it was overtime. It was at night and weekends because her title and her collective bargaining unit didn't allow her to, under her title, to go out and do that. So I had to compensate her. So the grant money was used to compensate her.
Yeah, so she was paid in addition to her salary
Correct.
as overtime?
As a different position, yes.
Correct. Okay, very good. I'm just curious about, some of these grants and how they're being provisioned, and whether or not the public's being, if there's any communication factoring. I've asked for a report from the administration for multiple times. How are these robocalls being, that the community's receiving every single day? How are they being paid for? If they're being paid for through the mayor's personal campaign fund, that should still be disclosed to the council. And, I know this has nothing to do with you, but I'm just vocalizing it through this moment, again, to the administration, that, again, as a council member, the responsibility of the administration is to provide me with the reports that I request. And I've been requesting for an outline of how these items are being paid for over and over again, and I have not. So, received it. And it's a blatant disregard and disrespect to this council. And as we all sit here and just allow for business to continue as usual without the administration and the mayor being accountable for reporting, it just shows the irresponsible activity of the council. Thank you.
Council President,
Just a minute. Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Council
Councilman Velez.
President. Through the chair to Javier Silva. Last time we asked the same question, where this robocalls is coming from, and they tell it was coming from the OEM system. You run the finance of the city. You know where every penny is spent. Can you confirm me, is this coming from the OEM system, the robocalls?
I believe it's coming from the telecommunications line, not the OEM system, but I can double check.
The telecommunication is being paid by whom?
It's by the budget.
Excuse me?
By the budget.
Hold on, Councilman, you come late, Assemblyman, sit down. You're not in the state right now, you're here in the chambers. So can you repeat that again, please?
I believe they're paid by the budget.
I can't, speak loud.
Council
They're
members.
paid by the budget,
It's paid by the city budget.
yeah.
Now, so this is what I'm saying, it's paid by the taxpayer money. It's clear enough that he's been using taxpayer money to announce and promote every single thing that happened in the city. My main concern is that he's making the city of Paterson liable. You know why? Because every time it says major announcement, I gotta think that something's going bad in the city, and that you have to announce that something is going bad as an emergency. One of these days, there's gonna be a real emergency, and nobody's gonna answer that call, and there's gonna be a lot of catastrophe in the city of Paterson. Okay? Because when you say it's a special announcement, and it comes in your call ID, the first thing is what's going on in the city? And it will not start speaking until you say hi. So, no, listen, I could be running for mayor, I could be running for re-election, I could be running for assemblyman if I want tomorrow, and be anybody in the line, but I'm talking factuals. If somebody calls and says it's a mayor announcement, and there's a catastrophe in the city of Paterson, and there's a real emergency, a lot of people will not answer that call. A lot of people will not answer that call.
Right.
And there's a liability for the city in general. Council President, as I say,
Just a minute,
as I say,
Councilmember.
hold on,
After
as I
Councilman
say,
Velez, I have Councilman Khalid, Councilmembers.
correct, as
Go
I
ahead,
say,
Councilmember.
I'm elected official, he's elected official, so I have the same rights to use that OEM to say, hi, residents of Paterson, this is your councilman of the 5th Ward of the city of Paterson. We just want to announce that we pick up the garbage in your house. Let's use the taxpayer money the right way.
Right.
The right way.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Council President. We are more than a year away from the election. If you're going to talk about some stuff like this, I mean, we'll be here for all night. It's information, same as TV, all the other entities they use. The city been using for years now. Now we're going to talk about it? It is not something new, some information, what's going on in the city. Mayor do robocalls. He's the administration. I think he has the right to do so. So we need to stop this nitpicking and let's do city business. What's on the
Yes,
agenda?
Council member,
Let's
yes, I
finish the
definitely,
agenda and
at
move
8
forward.
o'clock, so, council members, at 8 o'clock, we have a special meeting, but also we have a executive section. I'm trying to do, and also the public's still waiting for public portion. So Councilman Jackson.
I haven't finished.
You know, what's simply amazing is 2 or 3 years ago, the gentleman that just spoke would have had a completely different position. All of a sudden, he's batting RBI for the second ward councilman. Before it had been a big fight. Now all of a sudden, he's talking about, oh, this is not about an election that's coming up. This is about being responsible with the budget. You have phone calls that's going out every single day, and we don't even have a report on how much we're spending on it. This council's responsibility is to be fiscally prudent on how we're spending the money. Every single day, he's sending a message that's non-related, that's actually, a fallacy. $15,000, and then the director comes here and discredits the information that he's sending out on a robocall. And I mean, even the list that these calls are going out on, because for whatever reason, I'm not privy. I'm not privy to these calls, but I happen to be in the car with somebody.
With a meaningful message. Late last year, administration launched Operation Clean Sweep to crack down on illegal dumping in Paterson. Proud to report that the last court date, $15,000 in fines were assessed to violators. We take a zero-tolerance approach to illegal dumping.
That's what I'm saying.
So here these messages are going. I had to record that off somebody else's phone that's getting these calls every single day. So how are these calls being paid for? And that is definitely a priority. I've been asking for it for the last 6 years. These calls have been going out, and God knows how much we've been spending on it. And then some people talking about, oh, it's not important, it's not relevant. We're spending money. We're spending money. Then people complain that we're on TA, and we're just being irresponsible. And furthermore, with the amount of dumping that's going on, for him to get on there and make a robocall about with the zero tolerance, about dumpings. Are you kidding me? It's dumping on every freaking corner. And he's talking about zero tolerance in the city of Paterson. It's an embarrassment. People that are getting these calls don't even live in the city anymore. They're getting calls in Georgia and North Carolina. And how much are we spending? I asked the question over and over again. Councilman Velez finally sees that there's some validity, and then Councilman Shaheen Khalik is saying that it's not important. We shouldn't worry about this. The election is a year away. Nobody's talking about an election. Anyway, I digress.
Council President.
Just a minute, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Velez.
Thank you.
Council colleagues, so Councilman Velez, go ahead. Please.
Thank you. Council President, fairness is fairness across the board. What I'm trying to put a point here. The other day, I tried to put a ad about inviting the city employees to come and have a holiday gathering party appreciation. And I requested to this administration, okay, it don't says I'm running for something. It says Councilman Louis Velez invite the city employees to have a gathering and holiday party. They prohibit me to put even an email blast through my office, an email blast through IT, to put it at the Channel 77 because it's not authorized. It's not good because I'm a politician, I'm a councilman. I say, okay, so what's the difference? This is a municipal access channel. I'm supposed to use it the same way that the mayor used it. I'm supposed to use that robocall method like the mayor used it. It's paid by the taxpayers. Why he only have the rights to use it? And once again, I don't need to use it. If I have to pay $350 to do a robocall, I do so. And I will be more effective because people are not going to hear me every month, every week, every day, right? So what I'm saying is fair across the board. I'm more concerned that if it's an actual emergency and there's something going on in the city and it says mayor announcement, a lot of people are already accustomed to hear BS all through there, and they're not going to pay attention, and a lot of people could lose their life for a real actual emergency. Use this system for the right purpose and the right time, and I appreciate that if taxpayer money is being used, use it the right way, and I know the resident will appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you could deliver the message, sir, but you're the BA today.
Thank you. So, council members, so we have item number 6 on the administration, going back into the agenda.
Council President.
Just a minute, say yes, the beginning of the agenda, Councilman Jackson.
Very good. So, Council President, just for a point of clarity,
Yes.
in past practices, when a council member makes a request through the chair, the council president should be making a formal request to the administration. And the reason that most of these reports or requests are not answered to is because you never follow up, you never find it necessary. It doesn't matter if it's one, if a council person requests something, here we are, yet again, because I mean, I don't completely agree with Councilman Velez. None of us should be sending out robocalls or email blasts at the expense of the taxpayers. We all have a fund, whether it's drawn from the $3,000 that we're allotted every year or reducing it from maybe where you're paying your $8. But taxpayers should not be paying for robocalls from whether it's coming from the mayor's office or not. But that's the responsibility of the council president. The reason this derelict BA has never held on these reports is because you have never pressed the issue. Here we are yet again. This is I don't know, maybe over a dozen times I made this request. I want to know where the funds are being derived. How much are we spending? Why do we not see a bill in the bills list? Every week you guys blindly vote for the bills list. I've asked over and over again, how much are we spending on these robocalls? Who's the company that's fulfilling the obligation, and how much is it costing us? Why isn't it on the bills list, and why isn't there a report? If we're going to just continue to roll over it, let council members sit here and talk and complain about it, and then never show the public how their money is being spent, we're doing a disservice.
Okay, so, and just for the record, you could go back into tape, pass. Every time I make a request, I make sure that if the entire council get the request, and when there's a question, I ask the director for a report to share with the entire council. With that being said, Mr. Silva, there's been a question on the floor, and there's been a request on the floor about roll call and the amount, the funding that is being expended on that. If you could give us a report, not only to me, but to the entire council, would be appreciated. There's a formal request on the floor. Thank you. Okay, council members, going back into the agenda, so we have item number 6, which is the administration, which is a resolution authorizing the first opioid year renewal contract for Prime Point LLC for payroll service for the city of Paterson, RFP 2021. Mr. Silva? This is administration.
It's renewal of our payroll system.
This is a renewal for the first year.
Councilwoman Davila. This is going on regular. I thought we, yeah, but we had, wasn't the payroll supposed to be getting ran through personnel? And then we had extra personnel that Mr. Silva hired under him as well to help with payroll.
No, that's incorrect, Councilman. Payroll's being ran through finance.
Mr. Silva, can you speak a little close to the mic? It's hard for me to hear.
Payroll got moved to finance, I believe, 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. There's only 2 staff members there. Nobody else was hired, and we have the system for 3 years now. So 3 years ago, payroll was.
If I'm not mistaken, the gentleman Aaron was rehired and came back on staff.
Correct.
And we discussed this thoroughly, not to outsource it, that this was gonna be handled in-house. The BA sat right there and promoted the fact that payroll was gonna be handled in-house. And prior to it being removed to finance, it was supposed to have been conducted in personnel.
This is a renewal, so we've had this system for 3 years.
No, trust me, I'm very much so aware. But what I'm talking about is initially, payroll was supposed to be handled in-house. And then when it was incapable of being handled, it was outsourced. Just like this gentleman Aaron that was rehired. That wasn't a part of the initial plan. That was hired. He was hired and it wasn't informed. The council wasn't properly informed, just like this one here.
I have no idea what my assistant CFO has anything to do with this, but again, the payroll system was 3 years ago. We outsourced it, and we're renewing the contract. I'm not sure what your confusion is.
What my confusion is? Okay, let me, I'll try to find the video when the BA's talk, when you guys specifically talked about us handling payroll in-house.
So item number 6.
They didn't talk, you don't really.
Consent, council members, item number 6. Huh? Let's add it, okay, as per 2 council member, item number 6 will go on regular. Okay, so item number 6.
I did.
Councilman Jackson requested on regular. So item number 7 is a resolution authorizing the first opioid response year renewal contract to Millennium Strategy for the ground writing service for the city of Paterson, RFP 2021. Mrs. Silva? Consent.
Grant writing,
It's a renewal for the ground writing. Council members?
Okay, Council President.
Council, just a minute. Mrs. Silva, you have any comment on this? And I request, Mrs. Silva, this is the first year renewal.
Yes.
And this is something that we have to do in the city of Paterson. When we renew, even though we've been working with this company for years, but at the end, when the council receive a renewal on any contract, we should have a report on the performance of that company, of any entity. It's important to add the performance of that will help us to make a informed decision about what are they doing, and this go with the grant also. We're getting a lot of grants, and because it's grant, we don't complain. Doesn't matter. If we have entity getting paid by whoever, the state, the county, and they doing it, performing and providing a service into the city of Paterson, we need to know the performance. If they providing a service or they creating more problem in our city. That's extremely important, and this is the second time that I have this request. Every renewal, we need performance added on the legislation.
Council
So item
President.
number 7, Councilwoman Mims.
Council
Yes,
President.
and so I made the request, and they were doing it initially. I don't know if it has not continued, and it may be in place, but they were supposed to do performance evaluation reviews on all contracts.
Yeah.
That was a request made some years ago to make sure that every contract that is new and/or renewed, that there is a performance evaluation attached to it so that this council is made aware, so when we're going to vote, that we can see what their performance was. So can we just look into that to see what has happened? If we have not, then possibly start working towards doing that.
Council
Thank you,
President.
Council President.
Council
Thank you,
President.
council members, and let's try to be brief, council member. At 8 o'clock, we have
All
a
right,
special meeting. Councilmember Les?
Yeah, I'm trying to be brief, but I'm not used to two meetings a month. I'm not used to that. That's why we have 4. Council President, I know this is way back 2022. I'm not going to question the Millennium Strategy performance because they have bring a lot of grant money to fire department, to PD, to the administration, and we have seen it. But one thing, Mr. CFO, to the chair, CFO, can you clarify the title? It says the first option year renewal, and if they are from 2022, this is we're not putting the first option renewal. First option year renewal. If we're gonna go first option renewal, we should go to the amount that says instead of $288,000, we should go then for the first year renewal. That will be that 1 year period of amount that exceeds 108. So if it's from 2022, the title is a little bit confusing here because it says the first option year renewal. So which one of the 3 amount will be renewed to them?
Mr. Silva?
So I
Oh,
believe
you don't
it's
want
a-
me to start all over?
Just before, council members, I have Councilman Dean waiting for, but there was a question on the floor about the renewal. So if this is the first year renewal or the 3rd year renewal, it's a simple and a straight question before I move with Councilman Dean. Corporate,
It was-
Mr. CFO.
It was a 3-year contract with 2 option years. So this would be the first year renewal, and then there's an option year for next year as well.
So this is from 2022, and we on 2025.
Yes.
So what we're doing is the first year of renewal, not the whole amount, of 108, right? 108,000. See, the title is a little bit confusing. It is because it says the first option year, and if it's 2022 that we started with them, how in 2025 is going to be starting the first year again?
All right.
We awarded 2-year
Councilman
contract with
Khalid.
additional of, I think, option of 3 more years or something.
Corporation Counsel,
So this is the first option year.
Okay,
can you
just a
dial
minute,
in
council
there?
members. I have Councilman Dean. Councilman Dean?
So, thank you, Council President. So when it comes to the renewal of any contract, I'm not talking about just this one only. We cannot just pick and choose. But if we really look for performance report, I think we, the council members, have to state it clearly. If there is no performance report, any renewal comes, we are not going to move forward with this. That should be stated clearly. It's not just this contract only, any renewal comes from any department. That should be stated. We cannot just pick one that we like, or we cannot just question the one we don't like. That should not take place. That's my point. The performance report we are looking for, as Councilman Mims Velez mentioned, that we are looking for that, how they perform. That was requested previously. If this is the case, we are not just speaking about this contract renewal, but any contract renewal performance report should be provided. If not, director should be aware that the council members are not going to entertain those items. That should be cleared, and so that we don't have to ask all these additional questions, but depending on who is introducing certain contracts. So
Thank you,
I
Councilman.
feel this is unfair, just picking one that we don't like or like. I think that should be unique. The report should be provided. If not, the item should be removed from the items.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Actually, I just want to clarify here. It's clearly on the first whereas it's stated, we awarded them a 3-year contract with additional 2 years. So 3 years has been gone, I believe, and this is the first additional year. It's clearly stated on the first whereas.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilmember, so Councilman Cotton?
Well, actually, Council President, actually, it's really not the first option. This is really like the second option, because 22 to 23, 23 to 24, 24 to 25. So it's really not the first option. So I think the resolution might have, it should have maybe said second option.
The title is
because
wrong.
it's going all the way to 2020, it actually go to 27.
Yeah, the title is
It's
wrong.
because
That's
it's
what
a
I'm saying.
3-year,
Right.
Councilwoman.
And I think
It's
that,
it's a 3-year split. That's what happened.
is what now? Is what?
3-year, 3-year.
And we know it's a 3-year, but it's not the first option. That's what I'm saying, it's not the first option.
That's right, it's
And
the second
actually,
option.
actually, the only thing you had to do was like, when you present the resolution, how much money grants did get for the city? That's all that's what we're looking for. We understand that, but they need to tell us how much grant was received with this company, how much grants did the city receive with them? That's what we're looking at. That's what everybody's looking for.
Aye. No? So, council members, so we
No,
agree
no,
on
that's
this?
what,
No,
Yes.
Council President.
that's what
Just a
most
minute,
people would
Councilmember.
ask, that's
Just a
what most
minute.
people would ask is how much were they able to secure for us? Period. CFO,
Coun-
thank you.
Council President, once again, and I go
Councilmember Lance.
language in a resolution or an ordinance is very important. When it says that it's the first option, and they are
not.
in existence since 2022, supposed to be the option because we are at the end of the contract, and the contract should say for renewal. It's not like the new one. Now, once again, I'm not questioning the performance of Millennium Strategy. We have approved grants that come. The only grant that they haven't approved or get funding is the Bloomberg, whatever it is. That's the only one they don't work. But beside that, we have done a lot of project in the city of Paterson based on the grant that they go out there and,
All right.
and look for the city of Paterson as grant writer.
Okay, so
But that language had to be clarified because they are in the last year. If y'all go by, if I go by the 2022 that was approved, we are in the last year, so it's the last payment of $108,000 contract.
Right.
$108,000, the value of the next year contract, not 288.
Thank you, Councilmember Lance. Council members, it's 8 o'clock. Let's do the last item that we have before we get into a executive section because we have the contract for DPW that is on the special meeting, and we're excited to vote on that contract. But resolution number 8 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract with certain approved state contract vendor for various department division. That's item number 8, administration.
Yeah, it's the same vendors we've had, it's about 16 or 21, same exact vendor.
Consent, Councilwoman?
Yes.
All right, so
Consent,
thank you.
yes.
So, members of the public, so file is 8 o'clock. We gotta get ready to our special meeting. We have only, there's 2 items for executive section and 1 item for formal action. Council members, so Madam Clerk, we'll suspend the workshop to get into,
Council President.
So moved.
it's 8 o'clock.
Council President.
No, Council President, hold on,
Just a
hold on.
minute.
Council President.
Just a minute, Council member. I have Councilman Khalid. Councilman Khalid.
On the special meeting, we don't have any attorneys or anybody here that we have to pay
Corporation
or wait
Counsel.
for them. For
Corporation
them.
Counsel.
So now, who?
Corporation, no, that's the
Well,
union.
no.
But Corporation Counsel will represent.
So corporation counsel?
Council President. Council President.
The reason I
Just a
said it, we have a public here. We're gonna go to executive session. They have to get out of the building. That's gonna be an issue. We don't have for them to be waiting anywhere out there. So let's do the public portion first, then go to the executive.
Well, Council President. So I just have a request, Council President.
I think that's a good idea.
When it comes to union contracts, if I'm asking if this, we don't need to go into executive, it could just go to vote. As long as the contract is ratified and the vote is attached, that we don't need to close for executive and just go right into vote. If that is okay with you, Council President, that way we can allow the public to speak. The item should be very clear. It has been negotiated by the administration and the union leaders, and the vote has been ratified. So can we just vote on the item so the
Yes,
public can go next?
I think,
Council
so we have
President, maybe somebody here doesn't want us to vote for the
no,
contract.
just a minute.
don't
I
know.
have council
Nobody
members.
said nothing to me.
They just all gave the thumbs
Councilmember.
up.
Come on, you gotta do it the right way.
Council members, I have the union president here, and even though I know that they agree with this contract.
Okay.
Council President.
We have to go into executive section.
Council,
Let me get council members, let me get advice from legal. I want to make sure if there's no discussion on this, I know the union president is in full support of this contract. That's why they want to move forward, and I see that they're here in full support. If we agree, if it's okay for us to go into the voting section without going into executive section, I need legal advice from you.
Yes, thank you, Council President. So the purpose of the executive session is really for the council to ask any questions that they may have about this. We have a sheet that has been prepared by legal for council to review, and that has the substantive changes of the contract. If council feels comfortable with voting on this without asking any questions, or they're comfortable with the contract as stated, then they can dispense with the executive session. It really is just for council. And then, for the record, I'll note, and I know the president of the union is here.
Yes.
The vote was 50 in favor and 4 against for the ratification by the union.
So with that being said, I received legal advice on this matter, and our union president is here for a DPW contract, so I'm ready, council members.
Council
So-
President.
Yes,
Council
President.
President.
Will there be a
Councilmember
motion
Les?
to open and close?
No, hold on
to
for a minute.
suspend
Just
the-
a
Council
minute.
President.
I made the motion.
I asked for the floor before you go to that little discussion regarding this item. But number 8, that you say you'd rushly to consent. The one for Centene, approve of state contract. I'm reading the.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Les, sorry to cut you off. We don't need to rush anything. This is a workshop. We could go back to number 8 with no problem, Madam Clerk.
So let
we
me,
could
hold on,
definitely-
but now you put it on consent.
No.
You put it on consent.
I asked my council colleague, Councilwoman Davila say it's consent, no problem. My council colleague say consent, I have no problem.
So,
So
okay.
we could go back, if you have a question.
No,
we
so
put
let
on
me
regular.
kill it now. Let me
No,
kill
no,
it
no,
now.
no,
Let me kill it now.
No,
Because we in
Councilman
the
Les.
item.
No. We
I
could go
asked
back.
for,
Let's go
Council
back
President,
quite a
I
bit.
asked, listen, you've been ignoring when I asked the floor, and
No,
you
I'm not.
continue.
Councilmember,
Hold on, Council President.
There's a council member that also need the floor, Councilmember.
Well,
You need to understand that.
you the one that decided to have one meeting a month workshop.
No, I'm not.
I didn't decide this, so now if we have to be all night clarifying bills here, we gotta do it.
Okay, we can stay here all night. I got no
That's
problem with
right,
that.
that's my time.
Go ahead.
Now,
Councilman.
number 8, Council President, is a simple question. You rush it to put it, based on 2 council members to put it on consent. I'm looking at the list. I want to know if Silva can answer me this quickly. Out of the contract that we have here, this company, number 12, Data Communication Network Service, if that's related to the OEM or the robocalls?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't believe, you believe so.
Council President, why
Now,
are we
Ju- no,
going
just
back?
a minute.
Let's make
Council
believe,
President,
let's make believe, let's make believe, Council President.
Council
Let's make
member.
believe.
Council President said
Council
he's no
members.
going
Let's
back.
make believe.
Council member, hey,
Let
council
me believe.
members,
I got the
council
floor.
member.
I
Just
got
a
the
minute.
floor.
Council member, what was your question? Council
So my question was, and it's simple, the data communication network service contract that's valued for $165,000 up. It is, if this is part of the contract to serve the robocalls, and he says, I don't believe so. It could be yes and no with
Just
that,
put
I
it
don't
on
believe
record.
so.
Just a second, Councilman, Mr. Silva?
So it's no. The contract for the OEM is Everbridge.
I'm not talking about the OEM. I'm talking to
That's
the
the
item
contract for the
That's what you
robocalls.
12 that say data communication network service.
So what's your answer, Mr. Silva?
The answer is no. So
Okay.
It's
So
not.
even though the answer is no,
So I want, basically the answer is no. I want itemized bills explaining how we're gonna spend $160,000, detail, penny by penny, what was spent with that contract.
okay.
And if I see robocalls there, then you lie.
Okay, now, Madam Clerk, item number 8 will be on regular. And council members, if you have any other question about item number 8, we could definitely come back to item number 8. This is a workshop, and this is a discussion here. So now, Rafael, we're ready to get into a special meeting, so Madam Clerk, let's suspend the workshop.
Move to suspend the workshop.
Second.
It was moved to suspend the workshop by Councilwoman Davila and second by Councilman Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to suspend the workshop?
Roll call to suspend the workshop. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez. Okay, Councilman Mendez.
Yes, yes.
Council President. It's 8 in favor, 1 absent. The workshop is suspended.
No, keep going. No, we're gonna continue. No, we just continue. Council members, we're suspending the workshop. Now we're ready to start our special meeting. So Rafael, let us know when you're ready. So we're good? Thank you, Rafael. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, we welcome you to the special meeting on Tuesday, January 14th at 8 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call for the special meeting of January 14, 2025. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Here.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Council President, Councilman Velez, Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, the 4 to 9 in favor. The special meeting is now open.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, now please read the 48-hour notice.
Meeting covered by 48-hour notice. Notice of the time, date, location, and agenda of this meeting was transmitted to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Post, the Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices at or about 11 a.m. on January 7, 2025. Such notices were posted on the bulletin board in the offices of the city clerk at City Hall. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now that we are on a special meeting, members of the public, we're voting only on one item, which is resolution approving the memorandum of agreement between the City of Paterson and the AFSCME Council 63 Local 2272 Blue Collar Unit. Madam
Council
Clerk,
President.
let's read the item into the record, Madam
Council
Clerk.
President, before
Just
she
a minute.
reads,
No, we're reading the item into the record, and we're voting. Council members, make your comment during the vote.
Council President, there's a second section.
No, so we're not
Oh,
going to
okay,
executive section. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 2.
Roll call.
I mean,
No,
You
not
gotta
roll
read it
call.
to the
Read
record.
into the record.
into the record.
Item number 1, resolution authorizing an executive or closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers to address the memorandum of agreement between the city of Paterson and AFSCME.
Madam Clerk, so The only item that we're voting on is on item number 2 because we're not doing executive session.
Okay,
We
resolution
have
of-
the advice by the legal department that it's okay, we
Thank
could
you.
vote straight into the contract.
My apologies.
Item number 2.
Item number 2 is a resolution approving the memorandum of agreement
we're not
between the
tabling it.
City of Paterson, AF SCME Council 63, Local 2272, Blue Collar Unit, January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2026 contract. It's a law item, resolution number 25:000.
So moved.
Formal action will be taken.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Udine, second by Council President Mendes. Roll call, Madam Clerk, and Councilwoman Cotton. Yeah, roll call, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 2 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that, to me, out of respect just for the union workers, for them to be able to say a few words, we didn't know how you felt about the contract. We didn't know anything about what we were able to read here. But as the Corporation Council said, it was 54 and 4 against. And you got to go with the majority, and that's a way majority. So you guys are happy with this contract? Show of hands. Because, you do want to hear something from you guys. I know I do. But with that being said, you have everything, and I'm happy that we're able to get this done for you guys with this contract, with this. This is going back. I'm not even going to say it. But with that being said, fellas, I appreciate all the work that you do here in the city for DPW. I truly appreciate you guys. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
So, in finance, we had a discussion about the ratification of your contract. As someone that has been union president where I work, we understand that we're not always going to have 100%, be okay, right? Because, we want more, and we should have more, especially for our blue-collar DPW workers, which are the lowest paid. But with that said, also understanding, that the city is a cash-strapped city. We don't have enough ratables, right? And that you were able to sit down with your union members and have 50 to 4, that is something that is great. So great job that you were able to come together with the administration and, move forward. So I'm not going to read into the record what it is, but I think this is pretty good. We're actually, right now in my job, we're doing the same thing. We just on Friday ratified, okay? So with that said, I wish that we could do more, but for right now, I'm going to support what the majority of the union members have decided. So thank you very much for all your hard work. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One, I have no choice but to rely on you all and the clear understanding that you understand, and you members had an opportunity to vote on what you're actually receiving. I can't say I'm disappointed. I'm not surprised. There's no report from the CFO on the implications or impact that it's going to have on the budget and projections. Neither was it one for the last contract we just voted on. But I have to rely on you all in understanding what you guys have agreed to. On another note, before I do vote, members of the public, every meeting that we do come into session with is required to have a public portion as well. So that means this session is required to have a public portion as well as the workshop. So make sure you sign this session's list to speak. That way you're not being placed on hold and being required to wait extensive period of time any further. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
So, I received a call, I think about a month ago, in regards to the contract. And at that time, the contract had been voted upon by the membership. But what happens is after it's voted on and ratified, it has to go to DCA for approval. Then it comes to the council and we vote on it. And then the next step is working on cutting the checks. But when you have 54 members in the union and you have 50 people that vote yes and 4 vote against, 93% of the union or the workers in that particular union labor agreed to what was in that language. So I want to commend the hard work of the leadership, and I see you're here, working diligently with the administration in the best interest of the workers that are working in that particular department. I know it gets tough out there sometimes, and I'm going to say this because as much as you do, you could get criticized and you get added to, but I want to say thank you because the majority of our DPW workforce are Paterson residents, probably if not all of them live here, and that's a good thing when we have people that live in our community because we get a great return on our investment. So with that being stated, you worked hard, you deserve this raise, you worked hard to negotiate it. We're not in the negotiations, but we're here to solidify it. And with that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The most hardworking department is DPW. We hear a lot of criticisms. We have lackings, that's true. But the men and women in the departments are working their heart and soul. That's no question. We know that we have to provide more tools. You need more support from us, and I believe that we are getting it soon. At the same time, we are so happy to award you a contract that I believe majority of you are happy and voted in favor. And I believe that with this, you are going to get support financially and the demands you have, and I like to see better one in the future as well. So DPW, just know this, you are unsung heroes, and we salute you for everything you do. I'm respectfully saying yes to this.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Let me start saying, first of all, Andy and your team, thank you. Because you didn't, Glover, and that's why Andy and the team, right? The president and the team, they know their name, they're good. Yeah, but Glover and all of them, they know who I'm talking to. Thank you for not bending for less. When you look at a contract from 2% to 2.5%, when you look at a contract from 2% to 3%, and when you look at they increase even the days that you are mourning and carry vacation days or sick days, whatever it is, to cover those times of loss, that means that you didn't bend for less. Like I stated before, you don't settle for less, because if you settle for less, they give you lesser. At this time, I am praising you guys because you guys didn't give up. You hold a nice communication with the administration, even that sometimes was gray, but you stand up for the men and women of the DPW, the blue collar. So I commend you guys. Now, this is up to December 2026. So let's start to rumble. Hopefully they do continue doing right for the men and women from the DPW. And this is across the board. I heard the word that the city is stranded financially and this and that. We've been like that for many, 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 many years. But from the $68 million that you guys get peanuts and hazard pay, risking your life, no matter what, we stranded. Our responsibility is to approve a fair contract. Our responsibility is to give the city workers what they deserve. The responsibility of that gentleman over there and the mayor and the BA and everybody above that is under this administration is to bring the revenues to be sure that we are not short to our city employees, because you guys deserve better than that. Saying that, I'm proud of this contract because you fight for it, because you deserve it, because you do the right thing, and you keep a head up, even that they trying to turn your morale down, but you did it right. You did it right. Don't settle never for less. They will find the money no matter where. They will find it to comply with it. Now, as CFO, the remaining is in your hands. Please do not wait a year to get the retroactive money in their pocket, in the bank account. We want to see it the next paycheck.
Come on,
on the
Velez.
next payment of bills.
Come on, Velez.
Find the money, let's not play piggyback with it, and let's make sure they get the money that they deserve, because they've been waiting for the longest. You got city employees losing their homes, going homeless. They cannot pay the rent for peanuts. No, step up for those city employees. Let's prove that they are valuable and they don't deserve a dollar. They deserve a lot of money. Let's put the money where your mouth is. My vote is yes to this. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was definitely, I was rushing into this moment because, I mean, it's been way too long. And I just want to congratulate the leadership, the union president and the team for this negotiation. You work hard, and you went all the way to the end in support of all the men and women at the Department of Public Works. During the negotiation, I asked a few questions to some members of the DPW committee. How you guys feeling? How do you see the thing? How you see the thing going? And I saw the satisfaction based on the number that you guys achieved. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to congratulate you. You guys are the hardest working department in the city of Paterson. You're dealing with all the issues in the front line, with dumping, the garbage in our community. Every problem is on top of public work. Every problem. You deserve to get paid a decent salary to be able to put food on the table and provide a good life for your family. And that's the least that we could do. That's the least that we could do. So I want to say once again, congratulations to all the department, and we have your back. We have your back. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Any words?
Congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you. I will open the floor to our union president if you want to say a few words, so please.
Mike.
The mic.
You could repeat it again, from this point on.
Go ahead.
I want to thank the council, the members of council, CFO, corporate counsel, Kathleen Long, but she's not here. We worked every day with them. They did what we asked for. They gave it to us with no problem. There was no speed, no hiccups, nothing. Our director, Billy Rodriguez, another one, was behind us. So once again, I want to tell you guys thank you. Our members are very happy. You can see as the votes, 50-4.
Beautiful.
This contract was well worth it for them.
Beautiful.
Well needed for them.
Thank you to our union president and members of
I'm our vice president. He wants
the VP. We want to hear from the VP.
And Tahid as well.
Once again, thank everybody. Council, thank you. We have been working for a long time to get this. I've been there 20 years.
Wow.
This is the best contract we negotiated since I've been there. And our president, he did a hell of a job. So, thank you guys, and we love you guys.
Thank you.
And keep holding us down, we'll hold you down.
Amen to that. Amen
You
to that.
got it.
Thank you.
We got your back.
We appreciate it. Thank you
got
so
your
very
side.
much. Thank you. So
got your front.
now, let's combine all the public portion. I know some people speak on the both lists. Let's get both lists together and let's start calling
We have to
everybody.
close the special meeting. Don't we have to close the special meeting?
No, we have to do a public portion. We'll do everything together. Let's do the public portion, Madam Clerk. Let's get the whole list. Huh? I know, Mr. Dave, you asked me for extra minute. Yeah.
We have,
You cannot combine
Corporation Counsel, I need a legal advice on this matter on the public portion. Corporation Counsel, can we combine the Corporation Counsel?
Thank you, Council President. I'll defer to Madam Clerk on this issue.
Madam Clerk?
Whether we
within
should
the law
close the
legally,
special
so
meeting?
Because we have a public portion on the special meeting.
On the special
And
meeting?
also we have public portion on the workshop. I want to combine, so I'm going to do all in one, so
Sounds right to me, Council President.
I'm sorry?
It sounds right to me.
Thank you. All right.
You said what?
First speaker.
The first,
Council President,
I'm sorry.
actually, when you have a special meeting, the public portion is to talk about what's on the special meeting. Then the public portion on the regular meeting is to talk about the meeting
I'm
on the
sorry.
regular meeting.
Sorry,
That's what it's supposed to be.
Councilwoman Cotton, if you mind.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I mean, that's how it's supposed to
They
work.
can
I'm
only
sorry,
speak about the item that was approved.
Council members, my apologies. There's no public portion for this special meeting.
okay.
I
Should
was
we
under
close the
impression-
special meeting,
So
Council
let's
President?
close the special, I was under the impression that we have public portion on this special meeting. So
Point of
motion
order.
to close the special meeting.
Point of order.
Point of order,
No,
Councilman
no.
Jackson.
We do.
No,
According to, first of all, anytime there's a public
You gotta have a
session,
public, right.
there is always a public portion of every session. And they cannot only speak on what the item is referring to. That's not the case. That's not, show me where it is in Robert's rules. First of all, even from the standpoint of saying, seeing none, move to close. It's not required for a list to be provided. If you see none, if there's any person who requests to speak during the public session, the permission to speak is supposed to be granted. It's not,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just a minute, Scott. Okay.
every
go ahead,
single
Councilman
time we
Jackson.
open up any special meeting or anything, there's always there's a requirement. Any public meeting and in fact, this meeting was advertised. There's a requirement to have a
Okay.
public portion. Anyone in the audience is capable of signing up.
Yes.
And in fact, what it does is allows them to have there's two public portions that has to be held tonight. You
Okay.
cannot combine public portions.
Thank you. So, council members, just a minute, Councilman, you next. So, council members, Ms. Sophia reached out, Councilwoman Cotton, can you allow me, give me a minute, I'll get back to you. Sophia, our secretary reached out to me, and she said that there's no public portion because nobody signed on the special meeting public portion. We have no speaker for the public portion, so let's do.
it was pulled.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So you're definitely gonna speak on the public portion? Yes. So let's have a motion to close the special meeting.
Exactly, but the statement of seeing none, move to close, means that if there's no one in the audience, you can't just put restrictions, oh, you did not sign the list, we're not gonna allow you to speak. They're here in attendance, and if they request,
Council President, nobody signed on both of the signing sheet
so
were
it doesn't mean that they can't
Seeing no
request
one, move
the
to
opportunity
close
speak.
the public portion of this special meeting, Council President.
Council President. Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
So there are always two, this is nothing new. There's always two lists. It is clearly outlined on the top of the list. Special meeting public portion, and then
then
city
right there in
council
the front.
regular public portion. It's always been that way for years. When you are speaking, and I'm gonna bring it, I'm gonna read the rule next week. If you want to speak during a special meeting or after executive session to vote, you're only to speak on that particular item. You can't speak on other stuff. That is the Robert Rules of Orders. It is clearly written. I will bring it and read it for those that are not familiar. Now, no, not you. No, not you. I'm not speaking. But and then in public portion, you can speak about anything you like in the regular public portion. But when it comes to special meetings, there was only one item on there. No one signed the list, but it's okay. You could still speak on the public. But for the special meeting, no one signed the list, number one. And if anyone wants to speak, they will have to speak on the union contract for DPW. Saying that no one has done that, Council President, let's close it so the public can speak. They're waiting to
Council
speak.
President.
Councilman Jackson.
Very good.
Okay.
What Councilwoman is outlining is totally incorrect. In fact, if it was the case, then that means that we would be able to restrict the members of the public from speaking only on agenda items. So we have a full agenda here. It's not totally different.
Council members.
Again, I didn't say anything while she was speaking. And here, and yet still, if there's a point that she's trying to make, the information in which she's talking about is public. She can look it up right now, just as Corporation Council does all the time. You cannot restrict somebody to speaking on agenda items only. It's not how public portion works. This is a special meeting that was called into session because there's, again,
Just a minute.
now you're changing. If anyone requests to speak, they have the right to speak. That's how this thing works.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's never restricted on agenda items. It's not how it works.
Yes.
It might be some arbitrary ruling that the council
Just
tries
a
to
minute.
rule,
Just
but
a
it
minute.
doesn't mean that that's legal.
Give me a minute. Council members.
Council President,
Council member, I have Councilman Udine on the floor.
Thank
After
you.
Councilman Udine,
Thank you,
whoever
Council
wants to speak on the special meeting, public portion, it'll be open for. After that, we will close it, and then we go back to the workshop, okay? So Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Council President. So Paterson, I believe that we have about 25 people here in this chamber, and more than that, people watching us live on YouTube or channels. Just know this workshop live on the TV. Regardless, you miss the workshop, this special meeting, it's not that you are catching the cameras because of this special meeting, you are going to lose the live because of the workshop. It's not happening because both sessions are on live. The point that we are fighting and spending time and getting attention, that does not make sense. Special meeting was just on one item. Public may have interested to speak about, let them give a chance, that's fine. However, it is very untrue that we are going to just open it like other public session that they can speak whatever they want. That should be, I think public has common sense, very good sense, I believe. Paterson people are educated enough, they understand that what they should talk. I believe that whoever will speak on the special item, special meeting time, they will speak on this item. I believe so.
Council
That's my
President.
hope. But I believe that we council members should not take the opportunity of the people and play game here. Our people are educated enough, they know what to speak. If they speak in special portion time, they will speak on the item.
Yes.
If they don't speak now, it means that they will wait for the workshop and they'll speak whatever the concern they have.
Yes.
I have
Thanks.
believe on Paterson.
Council-
Thank you.
Council
Council
President.
members, we have the first speaker.
Yeah, Council
members.
President, you say
Councilman-
next, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Council President, we need to read up and down what public portion means, public act. Public act means that you could speak freedom of speech. You could bring any item, topic to the public portion. You cannot refrain them to speak. The last time I know somebody tried to sue us because they removed somebody from the public portion because they was not speaking whatever it is. So we need to be, that was Keith Serrano. And
thank you,
we
thank
gotta
you.
make sure hey, that's your time, you got 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks.
Speak whatever you want.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. So now, members of the public, so this is what we have. So, members of the public, that's what we have. We have a special meeting of public portion on. So you add your name. So we got the first speaker. Make sure the mic is on and you're good. You got 3
Checking.
minutes.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Phyllis, 3 minutes.
What are we
Ready?
doing?
The public portion on the special meeting.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes, we're ready.
September 5th, 2024, I moved to 111 Putnam Street, Paterson, New Jersey. They talk about dumping and stuff. As you see my shoes, these are my walking shoes. I know every area behind the train tracks. Why? Because I go to 147 Montgomery Street where we do whatever, outreach, give out crack pipes, this is that, whatever. So we go to the train tracks and stuff. Today, I went behind that street, Franklin Street, straight across, went through a whole dumping ground. And everybody knows about it. Trust me. Because all 4 corners facing you side by side, back. Everybody knows what's going on back there. And a lot of places back there. Don't talk about graffiti. Graffiti is good shit, excuse my language. So if you want to get rid of dumping grounds, start charging these businesses who are dumping behind their businesses. They go to the backyards and dump, their train tracks and dump all this garbage. And people beside them have what? Cameras. And mum's the word. They say nothing, but they see everything. Who's doing a lot of this crap? Are the crackheads and homeless people who claim they're homeless, but they don't want to pay rent. So they'd rather live on the streets any way, shape, or form. They dump. Check where the check where the orange and black cones are. Orange and black cones. If you find orange and black cones, or you find red and yellow fire hydrants, those are the markers where they dump behind. If they don't dump behind, they dump in your face. And it's all around. Today, I was so aloof. I was like, wow, an open sepulcher of dumping. Everybody dumping right there. Airplanes up top, they could see dumping all in there. Chairs, brooms, everything they use for their witchery, they dump there, all of it. I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Corey T.
Commissioner T. Nine. No, the special
This is the only
meeting.
list I have.
Oh, there's no more.
Okay.
I'll speak.
You didn't make it clear, Council President.
I know. No, there's council. All right, just a minute. Members of the public. In the beginning, I asked who wants to speak, who put their name. There was only one speaker that had her name on the special meeting. She had her name on the special meeting. There was nobody else. Mr. Dave, so if you allow us to close this special meeting and then you stay there.
I don't want you to close it.
Oh,
I
if-
want to speak on this
on-
meeting and I want to speak on the next one.
On the next meeting. So after Mr. Dave, we close the special meeting and then we open the public portion for everybody. That way we could, we got children and over here on the studio that they have to go back home because there's school tomorrow. Mr. Dave, good evening.
Good evening. Rather than Mr. Dave, I'd rather be addressed as Director Gilmore.
Director.
That's my title.
Amen.
So I earned it. So on this special meeting and/or in regard to the DPW contract, I think it's too low. I mean, they're happy because that's the best they could do, but I think it's too low because they are the lowest paid and the hardest worked in the city, and I think they're being taken advantage of at 2.5%. The best they ever had was 2. Now they gave them 2.5, and everybody wants to have a party or talk about how grateful and how happy they are that they gave them this. And 2.5% is too low when you're making $30,000. Excuse me, you had your chance to speak, right?
So don't go up there and lie, sir. I just explained how they're not doing shit in this.
So, as far as I'm concerned, you have your opinion. It's my turn to speak. At this point in time, I do believe that the line workers at DPW do not get enough money. We asked them to do, God damn.
Please, members of the, go ahead, continue. Dave.
So at the end of the day, when you look at what's really happening with the lack of performance and or what people are dissatisfied with, I think it's the management. It's not the line people. They only go where they send them. And they're only as good as the supervision. So not that I'm discounting what Andy and the guys did. They did the best they could. But as far as I'm concerned, they should have got more than that. And that's what I got to say about that contract.
Thank you, Dave. Motion to close the special meeting.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Dean. Second by Council President. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the special meeting.
Right. Roll call to close the special meeting.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for a point of clarity, most times when we're voting on second reading ordinances, you're kind of restricted to speak about whatever is on that agenda. If we open a public session, a public meeting, and we take a vote, we might, sometimes there's special meetings where we're voting on 3, 4 items, 5 items that are all different. The public is never restricted on what items they could talk about, but just wanted to make sure that was clear. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Parliamentarian, Robert Rules of Order. That's all I'm gonna say. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez. Sorry.
Oh, my time is up? Okay, I'm just kidding. I concur with Councilwoman Mims. I will recommend, Council President, after we adjourn this special meeting, to go straight to the public portion that the workshop had. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So just let me congratulate once again the union from the DPW department. They definitely have a good contract, but they need a lot of support. We have a major problem with the garbage in our community, people dumping everywhere. There's a lot of work to do in this city. We're not in the best shape, trust me and believe me. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. The special meeting is hereby closed.
Thank you. Now, members of the public, we're gonna get the list. Anybody that is on the list, we're gonna start calling the first speakers on the public portion list. You have 3 minutes to address the council, and we're gonna hear from you. What's the first speaker, Madam Clerk?
First speaker is Camille Black.
Camille, she's in the back there.
Camille Black.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, girl. I came down here. I wanted to ask y'all remember the lady that used to be outside? The 86-year-old lady? Do y'all know where she at? Do anybody know where she at? Let me give y'all an update. She froze to death. She's dead. I keep on asking y'all to do prevention to help these people. Some people say they don't want help, but some people, they do want help. A guy, another one, at 9 Lee Place today, I got pictures of him sleeping on the bed. He said he'd been asking for help. Nobody wanted to help him. So me, high blood pressure, me leaving the doctor about to pass out, what do? Go to City Hall. What can I do? They told me, oh, go over there to Real Fix. I don't get paid for none of this shit, none of it. It's a disgrace. And Mendez, you just touched on something. DPW doing an excellent job, right? When can we start rolling up our sleeves? Won't y'all sit up here, y'all do all these street renaming and all this other stuff? Why can't the council people roll up their sleeves, make it something once out of a month where y'all go clean y'all own wards? Cause I'm tired of doing it. I do y'all job, and no, y'all giving out all these bullshit awards and honoring other people. The people that's really out here doing the work, I don't want y'all to acknowledge me because I get my blessings from the Lord. I'm highly favored. But at the same time, it's getting ridiculous out here. And another thing I want to know, y'all grant this money for these homeless shelters. Do y'all ever go there and really look at these shelters and see how these people living, how the conditions are? That's why some of them don't want to go into these shelters. They're being abused and used because y'all use these people to get this money, but the money is not for these people. Y'all need to start investigating it. They wouldn't let me on West Broadway because I went to see myself. It's trifling in there. I wouldn't let my dog reside in there. And it's sad, y'all gotta stick them in there because it's cold. We need to do better. These people is out here. Do you see on City Hall what the vet said? He's been asking for help since 2021. He done wrote on y'all building. Y'all seen it? Any of y'all seen what the vet seen? He's tired too. That man crying out for help, he walk up and down the street. So when y'all keep saying everybody don't want help, that's bullshit. Some people want help. And that man that I took today to Real Fix, shout out to them because they definitely helped that man. So it's some people that want help. I walk these streets. I don't have surgery, don't got hit by a bus. I'm supposed to be home. I do more than what y'all do. It's time for y'all to step up. Everybody want these seats. Everybody want to get paid. Cut the bullshit and help these people out. Enough is enough. We are in distress. People is dying every single day. Velez, the 16-year-old that just got shot. When does it stop? I'm tired of rest in peace, sheets going up, candles, condolences to the family. Fuck that. Let's all step up, the community, the council people. Obviously, you see administration ain't doing nothing. Everything always fall on DPW. We all can rock out together. Everything shouldn't fall on them. It takes a village. Y'all keep saying it takes a village. Where the fuck is the village at? Because I'm sick of it. I'm tired. So I'm asking y'all for the last time. I didn't even want to come to no more council meetings. I didn't. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of talking. But like I said, these people are out here freezing, dying, going in the dirt. And if it was one of y'all's, everybody, it is pick and choose. It's no more picking and choosing. It's everybody together, one for all. That's it. And I'm
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Corey Teague.
Commissioner T.
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Commissioner, good evening.
Good evening. You know, just wanted to ducktail off of what Cameo was saying. When we talk about the people in this community that are suffering with homelessness, people who are struggling, trying to survive, we have employees that work for the city who can't even afford to live here. And they're trying to get assistance, trying to get services, trying to get help. So the idea that everybody that's out there doesn't want help is just ridiculous. You can probably get that off with people that are not out here, but people who walk these streets every day, like myself, I can tell you, you have veterans that are out there in those tents. All of them aren't veterans, but you have veterans out there. You have people out there who want the help. And about these programs, I know there's been a talk about rules that aren't followed. I need this to be looked into. There are some people that have told me, and the homeless folks that have told me when they go to some of these programs, they require their Social Security check. They require them to leave their belongings in the facility where other people steal their belongings. You have people that get assaulted in these shelters. So it's not just a matter of saying they don't want to follow the rules or they don't want to come inside at a certain time. Some of these shelters are not safe. And I need it to be investigated and looked into. I'm going to give y'all a chance to do it before I contact the Attorney General and have him do it. But I'll give you all the opportunity to do that. Find out for me, please, what's going on in these shelters. Because from what I'm hearing from these homeless people, they're saying, Mr. Teague, we don't just want to stay out of there, but when we're there, our property isn't protected and we get assaulted. I just wanted to leave that with you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Chanel Fields.
She's here? Where's she now? She's not here?
No,
Oh,
we can't do that.
she was here, so you would. Sure, if she's on the line, put him on the speak, put him on the mic, and want to hear her complaint as well. Chanel.
Chanel Fields, hold on.
Chanel,
Yes,
Chanel.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Get close.
Can y'all hear her?
Go ahead.
Y'all turn the mic off?
Go ahead.
No, come here, like that.
Yes, I'm on the line, Council President.
Yes, good evening. We could hear you.
Before I speak, I just want to say thank you, Council President. I want to say thank you, Council President, for allowing me to speak from afar. It was my intention to be present tonight, but due to death in the family, I thank you for the one-time courtesy to present the concerns for tonight. I want to petition you guys for a option of compassion over punishment. Tonight's temperature is 26 degrees. And this evening, I come before you to address the issue as it affects the heart of humanity and the current treatment of our homeless individuals in our community. I feel that penalizing the homeless people for sleeping on sidewalks and embankments is not only unjust, but it also perpetuates harm. Let me share a few reasons why this practice is unacceptable and what we can do as a city to replace punishment with progress. Homelessness is not a crime, but it's poverty, the lack of affordable housing, and systemic failures that are the major root causes of our homelessness. And penalizing an individual for circumstances beyond their control is inhumane. It exacerbates poverty, and the fines and the legal fees will only further burden individuals who are already struggling to survive. Hence, adding to it a criminal record for homelessness will also hinder the recovery for the individual. Prosecuting homeless individuals will divert funds away from services that could actually address the root causes of the homelessness. For these displaced individuals, what I'm basically proposing, is that as the council, I'm asking you to create legislation that can lead to investing in more affordable and income-based housing to be included in your current budget to ensure that everyone has access to safe and stable housing. Another option would be to expand the shelter options by creating more shelters with supportive services that are tailored to individual needs, because not all needs are drug related or mental health based. How about we provide more job training opportunities to equip them with the skills and connections needed for the homeless that will allow them to re-enter or continue in the workforce with jobs that actually pay them enough to afford the rent. There's so much more we can do besides punishing and prosecuting our homeless for those in need. We can increase the mental health and addiction services, address underlying issues that contribute to homelessness through implementing housing first programs that prioritize stable housing as a foundation for recovery and reintegration. Ladies and gentlemen, homelessness is a human issue that demands a human response. And I'm asking us to work together to foster the city of Paterson to uplift it at its most vulnerable time, rather than punishing them. Together we can create lasting change rooted in compassion, equity, and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Eddie Olivares.
Solely body. Thank you, Camille.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
Today, I want to talk, not really to you guys, I want to talk to the people of Paterson. I guess this is the camera to you that are watching at home, and to everyone, the people of Paterson. This is really who I want to talk to tonight. A very simple request. Let's raise the bar. This city is in the hands of a pathetic bunch. Year after year, you talk about moving the city forward, and it gets worse. I'm going to give you two examples as to what I mean when I say pathetic. Luis Velez is not sitting here, but Luis Velez, it sounds as if he's already running for mayor. This guy cannot even express a simple thought in proper English. We have Alex. If Alex applied at a bank as a teller, he would be told, my guess would be, we're not looking for a bouncer, this is not a club. Go home, put on a jacket that is not 2 sizes too small. But that's not the reason that you guys are not fit for this office that you hold. That's not the reason. The reason is that people like you do not work for us. You make what Councilman Jackson calls backroom deals for your own benefit. This is really what you're here for. And so once again, I say to you, people of Paterson, let's raise the bar. Let's start with 2026 with the 3 at-large seats. Let's demand more from the people that we put in those offices. Let's do better, because with the crowd that we have here, we will never, ever, ever fix the city. And I have a very simple rule of thumb to suggest whom we should support. If the mayor is supporting a candidate, vote against that candidate. If Alex is supporting a candidate, vote against him or her. Vote against that candidate. Because we know it's not good for the city. 8 of you. The only person that is really always, fighting for the right positions in the city of Paterson is Councilman Jackson. The rest of you talk about moving the city forward, and the city gets worse. The shootings are not going down. The filth is not going down. Prostitution is not going down. Drugs is not going down. And this is year after year after year. And so I would say to you, people of Paterson,
Speaker, Madam Clerk,
please.
time is up. Mr.
I know, as soon as my 3 minutes are up, that
Yeah.
not only means I
Thank
know
you.
the video.
And Speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Kimmy Freeman.
Mr. Freeman is in the back, right?
I'm sorry.
Here's the last one.
I'm
Next
sorry,
Speaker, Madam Clerk.
I missed Dave Gilmore. I'm sorry.
Mr. Dave?
Yes.
He left. Can we, Brother Key, you're not on the list? Oh. Okay. No, go ahead, Mr. Dave.
I beg your indulgence. I asked you in the beginning of the
No,
meeting
no,
to
no,
give me
you-
another meeting,
Got it.
minute, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Dave.
Okay, so I want to start Dave Gilmore, Paterson. This year, 2025, marks the 50th anniversary of my enlisting in military service. I served this country. I served it proudly. I would do it again. But what I see and how I've been treated, it's a damn shame. It was mentioned earlier today that someone was suing for their First Amendment right. I'm 6 years in my filed lawsuit against the city for violating my First Amendment right to speak on the Art Factory, when Mike Jackson was the only one that was allowing me the opportunity to speak. Other people were council president, and we had another corporation council and so forth, but I'm suing the city for that. Amended my case 3 or 4 times already and looking to amend it again for the retaliation, the vindictiveness, the petty activities related out of the administration towards me for standing up for the community, for the purpose of advancing developers. They care more about the developers than they care about the people in the city of Paterson. I represent, if you will, as the director of community improvements, I run the UCC, housing, and the building department, of which I've been relieved of some of my duties illegally, unethically. Folks have inserted themselves into the process to support developers. I don't support developers. I support the process, whatever that process is. And I came here last time, and I happened to be in the civilian clothes or sweatsuit because I had just gotten out of the hospital. And I was represented that I was not speaking in my official capacity. I speak in my official capacity whenever I speak. I'm the director 24 hours a day. If I'm not the director or not speaking as the director, I will let you know that. But right now, I'm speaking in the capacity of trying to represent the city and or the people that need help the most. Public safety is one of the major components of my job. We do that every day. Working without permits puts people's lives in danger. They do it all the time. But if it's your job to cheat, it's my job to catch you. And when we see this in this activity, we look for support. I asked last meeting that I was here, and nobody's come to me to volunteer and talk about punishing and or fining contractors. The contractors are out of control. They're doing all kind of work. Some of them are pocketing the fee money for the permits, and there's nothing happening. We have people in my department or in my division that are now not there anymore, but they've been shaving fees, not collecting money, to the tunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars, when the connection fees were almost $2 million not collected. It's a problem. And then the person moves into the developer's house and continues to process paperwork. DCA is monitoring the office right now, doing a great job. But at the end, they don't prefer charges. When are we going to prefer charges against these people doing these illegal activities? They're getting away with it. And I'm here to tell you that I'm going to keep pushing for that. We need to promote and protect the citizens of Paterson, and some of them from themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
One second.
Yeah.
Living in illegal basements and attics, subject to burning up and getting CO2 poisoning and so forth, and shoddy workmanship because they don't get the proper permits. That's what I do, okay? And I don't expect, and I'm going to fight back vehemently when people try to come after me, you know, because I might say, come to this meeting and say and talk about the discriminatory practices that some people have done and continue to do in the city of Paterson. You got a big problem if
Thank
you're
you.
poor and or minority in this town.
Thank you, Mr. Dave. Madam Clerk, Mr. Freeman is here.
Yeah.
So we call Mr. Freeman
Yeah.
before.
Next speakers.
We call Mr. Freeman, he was outside. So Mr. Freeman, come in, use your 3 minutes, and after that, we'll continue with the G. So,
Next speaker is Kimmy Freeman.
Mr. Freeman, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, guys. I signed the first the signing list. But I'm here today to talk about crime. All right? On November 15th last year, 2 days before my birthday, I was downtown Paterson, and I was doing my regular stuff, piece of politics and that, and a guy got upset with me about a parking spot. We had a little discussion. The guy follows me into the picket store, all right? Pulls a gun out of me. First person I call, Councilman Jackson. Second person I call, Khalik. Third person I call, Brother Udick. And I think I talked to Maritza when I was at the school. Downtown Paterson is now a dangerous place to be.
Yeah.
Broadway and Main,
So we're homeless.
I'm telling you, is dangerous. All right? We got a new development right across the street there. But right across the street from that bar and in front of that bar, if you sit there in your car for 10 minutes, you will see all kind of shenanigans going on. Now let me tell you something. I support the police. And I told the mayor yesterday at that economic development forum that they had, what was fantastic. All right? Anybody was there. It's $200 million now for anybody who wants to be an entrepreneur, right? I've been an entrepreneur since I was 8 years old. If you want to solve the homelessness, the unemployment, and all the shenanigans there, Paterson has a 30% poverty rate. And Ms. Fields talked about that. She hit me up on Facebook and everything else. Councilman Mims, I hit her up. So I'm talking to people all the time. At PCC, we have a workforce development program there. I just got finished doing the welding and the solar program. They are hiring installers $27 an hour. So my thing is, I want to create jobs. I want to educate people. I'm real big on vocational education. And you know, I've been educated to whoever. You know, I got so many accolades, I don't even talk about it no more. Oh, go to school, get it, do all that. It doesn't work. You know how it works. It's who you know. It's to develop the people you have a relationship with. And I gotta say this, I agree with Alex on the homelessness thing. I agree with I told the mayor yesterday, I agree with that. I talked to all my cop friends. They agree with it. Now, I want to help the homeless. Let me tell you something. In 1999, I was homeless. I lived in a homeless shelter, St. Paul's. I was working for AmeriCorps, and I was homeless because after, school and everything like that, doing stuff, I'm homeless. College education, whole 9 yards. So anybody can be homeless. I know the conditions that are in the homeless shelters. I've lived there. I service these people. The way we do this is these people gotta get help. And we need to get the churches and any other organizations to organize together and say, look, we have a situation where we have to house somebody, do something like that. Look, my mother didn't have any money, 6 kids. Any one of her friends became homeless, I wake up in the morning, somebody's sleeping on a couch, and then she would take them down to social services and get them help. I had a friend last year, homeless, whole 9 yards. Bro, I ain't gonna have that. You come and stay with me. No, car disabled, everything, parking in my driveway, no problem. Took him down to social services, got him TRA, food. He said, Freeman, let me give you something. Bro, I don't want nothing. I want you to be on your feet. I'm one person, and I told Councilman Mims this. I'm one person. So any person, and we know people that, most of these people are Patersonians. Well, guess what? We as Patersonians who know somebody is out there, bruh, you okay? Because I get that homeless lady, the African woman that lived behind the dental thing. She was homeless for like 6 or 7 years. Every morning, I used to go down there, and they had a little breakfast thing there. I'd give the lady a couple of dollars to make sure this lady eats. I'm one person. All these organizations, all these churches, all these fraternities, all these sororities, and I belong to all of them. And you're absolutely right.
Thank you.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, you know what? They do something, but they can do more.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
We can do more. And we got all these smart people who get paid to do their job. And Brother Udit, you are doing a fantastic job. Those kids that are going to that program you're going to, those kids are going to be making over $100,000 every year.
Thank you.
And you did it, one person, one council person. You guys get it together.
Thank you, Mr.
All right?
Freeman. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President, just before the speaker
just
speaks, I
finished.
just want to say to the public, I have to leave out, so if I'm
Okay.
able to come back, yeah, but I have to leave. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next
Yeah.
speaker is G. Greer.
Good evening, greetings. Mim's leaving because I got up here to speak, and she knew I was going to drop it on her. Listen, real quick. Excuse me? Real quick, pretty sure everybody knows the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, Ras Barack. I have petitions to place Brother Barack on the ballot for governor of the great state of New Jersey. If anybody would like to sign his petition, if you are a registered Democrat, I have petitions where you can sign. You can reach me anytime, hit me on Facebook, call me. Most of you up there have my number. Anybody that's listening in the city of Paterson, if you want to put this brother on the ballot to run for governor, you can reach out to me. He has a campaign office on Broadway and Auburn Street, the same headquarters where Ruby Cotton and I think Mims shared the headquarters there. Stop in there, sign your name to place a brother on the ballot. What I came here for, Brother Alex, I post on Facebook, what is the status of City Hall council chambers? When I come in here tonight and I see these beautiful cameras mounted on the wall, that's telling me that you're gonna be here a while, okay? I hope not, because, okay, but just so you know, when it first happened, it's supposed to have been 3 months. It's been a long 3 months. And all I wanna say, if we can't get the people house in order, we in trouble. I saw they had an event there, they had everybody out in the hallway, crunched up. We better than that, y'all. We the third largest city by population in the state of New Jersey. We should have a place for our residents to come to. We really should. Even tonight, you guys was caught in a little mix because you wanted to have a special meeting, but you didn't want to put us all out. That's crazy. But anyway, let me get, I got that. And the other thing, DPW came up here and they said the vote was 50-4. No council person up here caught that, 50-4. How many employees do we have? No, we don't. No. Do me a favor. Go back and check and see how many employees did not even vote. You're going to be amazed. I'm just saying, okay, right. That's what I'm trying to say. Go back and see. Because I'm pretty sure we have more than 54. And I was told tonight that we do. And some people just didn't come vote. So just look at that. And when I saw the numbers that they're getting, I'm not satisfied with the contract that they're getting, because I think that they deserve way more than 2.5%. I really do. I mean, if that's what they negotiated, that's dumb. But I'm speaking as a resident of this city and the amount of work that I see. And we always say that they don't do anything. If people understood the operation, they would have a better understanding. Because if you go to my Facebook page, and I know where she's talking about with the dumping, but that does not fall on DPW. That falls on the mayor and the administration putting cameras in the right places to catch these people. Once again, there are some cameras that's on order. I don't know if they're here yet. Are they? Can anybody say? But what I'm trying to say is that DPW is not in place to catch, it's not in place to clean up dumping behind grown people. What we need to do is get an enforcement team and put them out on those streets day and night, and we need to start catching these people. And you know what? And I hope, well, the BA is not here, but somebody need to go back to the mayor. I want to see who the 12 people that they caught. The person that the mayor is saying paid $15,000 in fine, we need his picture and his name in the newspaper. We need to see who's dumping in Paterson. We need to see it. We really need to see it. The other thing I came to talk about was, okay, I got the 50-41 City Hall meeting. The other thing is, I get so many phone calls about dumping. Listen, y'all. If I was in your seats, if I was a council person, I wouldn't vote and approve nothing that comes across this table until we get a plan. You guys, and the reason I'm saying this because somebody said it's not the council fault, but you guys approved this sanitation contract. You approved it, the ones that approved it. I would have said, Mr. Mayor, until you come up with a plan to address the bulk trash, we're not doing it. And this is what people don't understand. That burden was put on DPW to go pick it up. DPW don't have the staff nor the equipment to go pick all of this up. They really don't. So the next time when that contract expires, you guys got to get tough with the mayor. If he's the mayor still by then. You know, I don't know if he's going to be the mayor. I don't even know if he's running. But there's an election that's coming up in 2026. You guys about to make me put my name in that hat for one of those council at large seats, you know? And I think I can win it. I really do. I mean, it's three of y'all. I can get one of those seats. Listen, y'all, have a good night. Enjoy yourself and get tough on that illegal dumping, please.
Thank you, Brother G. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Leah Mora.
Mr. Leo Mora. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable City Council members. I stand before you today as a concerned citizen of Paterson. My sister and I have been attending these meetings for some time now, and we've noticed a disturbing pattern. The same issues are brought up time and time again, but nothing seems to change. We've reviewed the minutes from previous meetings, and it's clear that the concerns of Paterson residents have been ignored for far too long. The lack of accountability is staggering. This is a matter of justice and our well-being. What's even more disturbing is that when my mother addressed the issue pertaining to our home, she was giving an insulting offer instead of receiving a justified resolution. This lack of respect and accountability is unacceptable. As the scripture says in Proverbs 29, verse 2, when the righteous thrive, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, the people groan. In the Quran, chapter 2, verse 42, it states, and do not mix the truth with falsehood, or conceal the truth while you know it. And in the Torah we are commanded, you shall not pervert justice, you shall not show partiality, nor take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and twists the words of the righteous. These scriptures remind us that justice, accountability, and transparency are essential for any community to thrive. But we're not seeing that here in Paterson. Instead, we're seeing corruption, neglect, and lack of concern for our well-being. That's why I'm calling on you to bring in organizations like Momentum Education, which my sister and I, including my mother, had the privilege of attending a workshop in New York. They provide phenomenal training and education on social emotional learning, conflict resolution, and above all, leadership. We need leaders who understand the importance of empathy, accountability, and transparency. We need leaders who prioritize our needs, not just their own interests. We need recreational centers. We need safe schools. We need leaders who will listen to our concerns and take action. My sister and I went back and watched several old city council meetings, and we have learned and uncovered a lot of the same ongoing complaints and problems that have yet to be resolved. We need real change from leaders who truly have godly moral compasses, not those who hide behind faith or title. We can't keep letting injustice occur right before our eyes. We can't keep ignoring the crisis of our community. It's time for real change. It's time for accountability. I urge you to take immediate action to address the issues plaguing our city. We deserve better, we deserve to be heard, and we deserve to be prioritized. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, pardon me if I'm mispronouncing the name, but I think it's Vikai Mora? Victoria, thank you.
Oh, Victoria. Oh, okay.
Good evening, Honorable City Council members. I stand before you today as a concerned 11-year-old citizen of Paterson, urging you to address the pressing issues plaguing our city. The persistent noise pollution after hours remains a significant problem that disrupts our peace and quiet. I implore our law enforcement to enforce the existing noise ordinance more effectively. Furthermore, I propose installing no honking and no loud music signs, as seen in New York and New Jersey. To combat this issue, not only will this measure promote a more peaceful environment, but it will also generate additional revenue for our city. No resident should be subjected to inconsiderate noise pollution, especially during late hours. It's unacceptable that we're consistently woken up by vulgar, violent, and pornographic noise. I'd also like to inquire about the protocol for law enforcement units stationed at intersections. When cars fail to stop at a stop sign, is the officer not permitted to leave their post to address the infraction? Moreover, I am deeply troubled by the safety concerns in our school. Children in my area have expressed feeling unsafe, and I have witnessed numerous fights near School 6 after dismissal. How can we encourage participation in school programs when our children don't feel safe? As leaders, you've taken an oath to serve and protect us. It's time to take action and prioritize our safety. Overcrowded schools only worsen this issue, and it's imperative we recognize and address this problem. I speak from personal experience, having developed PTSD from the shootings in our town. The recent incidents with over 15 gunshots is a stark reminder of the senseless violence we face. When will we take concrete steps to end this violence? I urge you to move beyond words and take tangible action. It's time to prioritize our safety and well-being. We need leaders who will take a stand and make a difference. As a wise leader said, people need to see happy faces. God has placed us in front of you. How are you going to take it? I ask you, how will you take action to protect us? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Nell Samuels.
Hi, I'm here representing myself. I'm Patronella Venice Samuels. My intro, because I have 3 points, I tend to get off topic sometimes. I talk a lot. So I just moved to the 3rd Ward in September. I was living in White Wayne, racist White Wayne, for 18 years, and I decided to move back to my community, which I love. Okay, so being that I'm from the 3rd Ward where I grew up, now I live in the 4th Ward where nobody likes to come. But I'm addressing Mrs. Cotton. Mrs. Cotton, I know ways that can really help you if you really need help cleaning up your 4th Ward. 1, hit them where it hurts, in their pockets. All who's collecting monies, hit them where it hurts for things they do that are illegal and doesn't concern the community at all. That's 1. Number 2, get rid of non-productive, not-for-profit agencies. What am I talking about? Tier 1, BLMA on Broadway and Mercer Street, Payne, which is also on Broadway at the corner of Broadway across the street from White Castle, does absolutely nothing for the community. He is set there to give free showers to homeless people. Lies. I pass there every day. It's closed. All right? Start investigating the Paterson Police Department. It's filthy. Dirty cops. We need to clean it up. All right? Why I say that? Because we need to involve internal affairs. We need to have access to internal affairs. When we go into the building and ask to speak to a detective, we don't need them to guard the detectives. The detectives are there to help us. For example, a couple of years ago, I got date raped around the corner from where my brother used to have a house. From a guy I was dating. He put a knife at my throat and lapped his foot around me and then had sex with me in the morning and put something in me, and I didn't want to go. You understand? And my friend said, let's go. And I went, and I got help. There's help if you need it, but the dirty cops don't need to guard the help. You feel me? I'm done with the numbers. So I say that to say this. The pole ice need to be there to protect and serve, not to serve and protect. We need them to protect and serve, i.e. today, which is TNT, known as TNT. Please give me my time. Today is known as TNT. I didn't come out my house, which is 111 Putnam Street on purpose today. I thought because it was TNT, which is Tuesdays and Thursdays, the pole ice come out, raid, survey, whatever they do, the community to help. They're not helping. They're protecting faith-based communities, faith-based initiative people who are there, the FBI, the new FBI, they're protecting them. Who? Dr. William Moody is holding my stuff. He doesn't want me in his building anymore? Fine, I don't want to be there. I've been going there for 4 years, wasting my time, not even getting a job. You understand? Why he doesn't want to hire me for anything? I don't know. I'm a Montclair State University graduate who is broke. You understand? I don't know what he's doing in my community, but he needs to leave because he's not helping at all. He's sucking the money from my school who donates to him. Big donations, Montclair State University, my alma mater, gives to him. But yet he disrespects me all the time. He needs to leave, and I need protection. I need service. I need police escort tomorrow to go to 147 Montgomery Street to re-procure my things that I tried to get today. And the dirty cops, 111 was the sheriff. He was in car 111. That's the only officer I picked up. Surrounded me and had the ambulance, the Paterson Fire Department ambulance who follows me around town with the fire truck, come and surround me just like they did at Paterson Church on 26th when Capers was there. And I went to Capers for help. What did he do? Call the ambulance to put me where? In the hospital for what? Nothing. I'm tired of being in the mental institutions. I will speak about what they do there. I'm tired. Okay? I have no money. I have insurance. Stop milking our insurances. Paterson, stop milking us. Mental health people who are on the right track and have Social Security or SSDI, our insurances don't want to pay for all the things that St. Joseph's do to us and send us all these places. They're releasing Crow patients from Greystone Hospital as we speak. They're there for over 40, 50, 60 years at Greystone. Why? Because I, sis, made a law in 2021. If you don't have ID, you cannot get out. That is not right. Release us. Release the immigrants from Greystone, the Crow patients across. Please release.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Joseph Hart.
Joseph.
Good evening, council people. I'm not here to bash anybody or whatever, but I'm here because I complain about a few things that should be done. I mean, city of Paterson, especially downtown area, it's not the same no more, especially when I was a kid. I mean, it used to be nice, clean, didn't have to worry about things, but it's all crap to me now. And I'm quite sure that some of you council people have heard me call, I don't call it City Hall no more. When I take transit bus, because they have problems when they make that turn, especially on Ellison Street. People don't give a damn how they park and where they park at. They don't respect the yellow line. That's supposed to be for emergencies. They don't care. And it cuts me off when I'm disabled now. And it's like no respect. Paterson people don't have no respect for each other no more. Very little. And that sucks, you know? I shouldn't be, some people say I need to mind my own business and don't complain. Nah. I lost my job for 29 years when that COVID came out. My mind ain't been right ever since. I got council places I go to, especially in Mar. I go to group meetings. I haven't had a drink in now 5 years now. Sometimes I feel like I want to, because I used to go by the Circle Bar across the street from the City Hall. sing a Frank Sinatra song. I think when Joey Torres was there, he wanted to know the hell two guys singing out there. But them were good days back then, but now it's not the same no more. It's like, if you can't talk to anybody, because you don't know if they're gonna shoot you or cut you, you know? And I've been close to that a couple times, but then I'm gonna speak up where I gotta say this is my weapon. Speaking up. I got beat up when I was in grammar school, high school, all that crap. I took a lot of crap growing up. I'm born and raised in Paterson, 1961. That's the year I was born, August the 24th. I was born at St. Joseph Hospital. That's where my name came from, Joseph. And it's like when the kids, it's no respect. They don't got too many people heavy-footed on that pedal, and they'll run the red light. I don't even know what the speed limit is no more. It used to be 25 when I was driving, but we respected people that were like senior citizens and people walking. But when the transit buses try to make that turn, especially on Ellison Street, because I take and downtown, they're double parked, they don't care. Police or fire department or sheriff's department or tow, blow the horn for them and come get out of the pizzeria and move your car. Because you know what's going to happen one day? And, God forbid it happens, but they want to still park there like down the corner, stupid. When them buses make that turn, they got right up on the other sidewalk. That's dangerous, because it could be some woman coming around with a cat, and then I just want to see one of the buses, the transit buses, make a domino effect, and that's going to happen. All the cars going to get plowed away.
Thank you.
All right. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Be back around.
Be safe, okay?
All right.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Jaden Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Good evening. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. Most of us have been here for a while, and I do believe that there was a woman on the phone that spoke, and she gave a very eloquent speech on what the plan should be. I think that she did an awesome job outlining. Cleaning up our city is an awesome thought, but the criminalization of homelessness is not the way to do it. Playing the blame game on organizations is also a misstep. Most of these organizations are underfunded and do not have the manpower to do the amount of work that is needed in this city. Our unhoused already have a hard time maintaining or even receiving the resources that they need. And our shelters, the ones that we said are no good, it's not that they're no good. They're too small. They don't have enough beds. There's too much people that need help. When they call 211, they're put on a waiting list to be put on yet another waiting list, to sit on yet another waiting list. Why are these people outside in tents taking up space on our sidewalks? Because we have nowhere to put them. Money needs to be funded or put into these empty buildings that we have all through the city of Paterson to house them. They require shelter. Shelter is a need. And I think somewhere along the line, we decided that if someone is homeless, that they are less than. That is not the case. Shelter is a human need. Did we forget that they are human? Because it seems as though we did. We talked a lot, I heard a lot about dumping. There was a lot spoken about dumping. And the blame game continued for quite some time, right in front of us. Dumping. Okay, well, how about we stop dumping the blame on the people that have been affected by an antiquated system that has not done what needs to be done in order to protect them? Let's talk about that type of dumping. How about we take accountability? Because when we're playing the blame game, that's what we're not doing. We're not taking accountability. And obviously, we are misinformed about what is important. What is important? Protecting the people of Paterson. So again, cleaning up the city, great thought. It's definitely something that needs to be done, but it needs to be done in a way that is humane and protects the people that live here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the last speaker is Reverend Givens.
Yeah, he left, you know, somebody just, you know.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have two questions, or one statement and two questions. To all my county committee folks, I need to see you Thursday evening. Please be there Thursday evening. We'll be there. Good, good. Praise God. My question, when I was with the county, we have had Code Blue, and we partnership with the city with Code Blue. My question is, that still in effect? We still have that? The city still participate with the county in Code Blue? Yes, they do. Okay, thank you. My second question, in 1971, I bought my home in East Side, East 37th Street, and there was signs there for vehicles, overweight vehicles. There is, all the signs is gone, Council President. Why? Who moved the signs? Who moved the signs? And on behalf of the East Side Association, we were asking for those signs to be restored back. Tractor and trailer all over the place. So my question, why were those signs moved, / can we get it replaced? Smile, Councilman Jackson. How you doing, man? Good. Tell Mama I said hi. Can we get it replaced? Absolutely. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
That's the last speaker.
Motion to close.
Seeing none,
Yeah.
move to close.
Move to close by Councilwoman Davila.
Second.
Second by Councilman Dean. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion of this workshop.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not gonna, I just want to touch on a few of the speakers that were here. I had gotten several calls regarding our last meeting, I think January, it might have been December, regarding the item that's going to come on the agenda next week, regarding to the homeless and the tents, and it has to be voted on again for second reading. I said that we need to figure out how we can do and how we can help those that needs to be in shelters. I did get a call from a couple of shelters that I haven't been able to visit yet, but one of the speakers spoke about the shelters are in bad shape and in bad condition. We as council members, probably not all of them, but maybe some of them, or maybe in bad condition. I always say that if you're gonna talk about somebody, say the name. Say the name, because we got so many shelters. We don't have a lot of them, but just say who had you heard that is not doing the right thing or is not doing the thing that it should be. So, and I'm gonna have a visit, with them. But I'm saying, and if I can go there and see what it looks like. Also, I want to just say that, you know, I get the calls, and I think all of our council members get the calls of trying to place people in shelters, or even trying to find them housing based on income, where their rent is based on income. But also, I just want to say also to that vote's coming up next week for the homeless, the fining and the jailing and that. So make sure you come next week. So this way you'll be able to see. Also, I want to say too that I think that, and I'm just going to put it on record that I think that we need to Corporation Council, but because our BA is not here, but sometimes we as council members get calls on the weekend, and we're really not sure sometimes where to go or what to do. And I find myself going there. You know, I find myself, I got a couple calls this weekend about construction work and building on Sundays. So I have to now, I get in my car, I don't have to, but I do it anyhow. And say to them, you should not be banging on Sunday. Like Sunday's the Sabbath day for rest. Nobody don't want to work 7 days, 6 days a week and got to listen to somebody banging all day long. So, and I think that I want to say to you, Corporation Council, so you can bring it up, that sometimes there's things that come up that we really don't know who we can call or how we can call to get something addressed. And I know that, and we need to know because we find ourselves like going to those things or doing those things. Also, I just want to say that we get a lot of calls, and one thing, I know myself, I'm a people's person. If you call me, I'm gonna answer the phone. Nobody can say Ruby Cotton don't answer the phone. Nobody can say Ruby Cotton don't call you back on a Sunday or a Saturday. I do that because I know that when you call me, you're calling me for a reason. You're calling me because you're reaching out. And I just want to say to Patricia that we need to have a conversation because some of the things that, right, Pat Vanilla, because some of the information that you had said, you know, and you need to have a conversation because I always said that, and we have actually a new officer in charge, which is Patrick Murray, who, yeah, but we will introduce you. So and we will make sure, but I say we will have a conversation. So there's so many, everybody's tired. We all tired. We all, wait a second, we all tired. That's another conversation that me and you're gonna have separate. And I just want to say also that, you know, there's plenty of things, and I hear Roger with the dumping. I disagree with the garbage contract. I did. Yes. I disagree with it, but it's here. So we have to really figure out how we're gonna do it. To the young children over there, Ms. Mora, we have so many extra programs that I really want to get your kids. Your kids speak so elegantly. I want to get your kids in some of these programs that the city is offering. We have one on Governor and Carroll Street with Nancy Greer. They take them down to school number 6. They go on trips like American Dream. They go to pumpkin picking. They go to apple picking. They do all different stuff. They go to museums. So I want to get your children part of that because they speak so elegantly, and they can train someone else. So when we do that, so with that being said, and well, I know I heard Roger Greer. We need to find out about, we got to do something with that dumping. So when I get that, but anyhow, I'm gonna wrap it up because it's some conversation I want to have with each and everyone. But we all, I'm telling you, no, I'll get it. Okay. I'll get it. If we get the calls, we go out there, Corporation Council, please. When I ask that, sometimes we get a call, we have no clue what we need to do, and we go out and we try to figure it out, what we need to do. And sometimes it can get kind of violent, or not violent, they start cursing you out, put it that way. But anyhow, that being said, Madam Clerk, thank you, everyone. Thank you, community, for coming out and speaking out. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The first thing I want to point out to the public is the absence of the BA and now the CFO, which is very disappointing. And it's required for them to be in these meetings, answer questions. And Council President, quite frankly, it speaks to your failure because people come to the microphone every single night having requests and asking questions, and you as the Council President fail to hold them accountable. The fact that you allow them to just be absent and not take issue with that. It speaks volumes. But on that note, I want to say this, and I want to point this out to the members of the public. Everyone knows that Mr. Olivares is my aide. Everyone who doesn't know will now please be properly informed. I never knew who the gentleman was. I've been elected now more than 10 years. I've been in this community my entire life, just about. Never met him. He served in the Paterson Public School Board. In fact, from what I understand, he was formerly on the team of Councilman Mendez. He came before the council one night to have some words of some scalding words to me, and I reached out to him the next day, sat down and had a conversation with him, which I'm willing to do with anyone who has a difference of opinion. I don't run from these situations, and we, as it turns out, we align. I don't direct his commentary. I don't make an effort to quill his commentary. He has the right to say and express himself however he pleases. So contrary to what some people have tried to advertise, I don't need to promote anyone to come to the podium to speak on my behalf. Those people who do, they do that on their own recognizance. I don't ever encourage anyone to do that. So whatever it was that Mr. Olivares shared with the public tonight and any other night as his own personal opinion, it's not directed by me, and I wanted to make that clear. Another area in which, and Brother G. Greer, I hope you are serious with regard to running for office, because we need some new blood. Okay, all right. So, because, here's the thing. We have people who have been coming here, waving the red flag, telling us. Mr. Gilmore's testimony every single night when he comes here, what he did with the art factory. And not only does this council ignore him, but the council makes a direct effort to derail and to disengage with him. Every single night, even tonight, he comes here, he talks about the inappropriate behaviors within these various departments, and it's just looked right over. In the past, G, and I'm sure you can acknowledge this, in the past, we would stop, and the BA was then made accountable to answer to these issues, which they're not. The issue with the cameras, right? We spent millions of dollars on 77 cameras. I'm sure, Brother G, you have photographed more than 77 locations in the city. It is endless and countless areas in which dumping can take place. And to assume that we're going to be able to post 77, because it wasn't even 70, it was like 50 some odd cameras, and so 20 plus of them were like refurbished or something like that. But to assume that we can address the citywide dumping issue with 77 cameras is absolutely crazy. The resolution that I wrote that same week was to empower the community, to give them an opportunity. Put a dashboard camera in your car, your vehicle. If you driving, you see somebody throw some out of the window and it's recording, bring that in anonymously, and we will share 50% of the proceeds or the fine with you. And I guarantee you, when doing something like that, the dumping will be subsided. But I'm trying to patiently wait for him to get here, but I don't want to prolong this any longer. Just as a matter of protocol, right? I wasn't in attendance, and I don't even recall if you were, but I wasn't in attendance for the last meeting of the year. There was a meeting that we had that the council called as a special emergency meeting to approve budget appropriations. Someone asked the CFO, why wasn't this item placed on the agenda prior to? And he said that you were unable to vote on the budget prior to the the end of the year, which is totally incorrect. 30 days prior and 30 days after, you are eligible, according to the NJSA, 30 days prior and 30 days after. If you recall, we've done this many times in the past, and for a CFO, he should be well versed in what the law is. A temporary budget allowing municipalities to meet its obligations such as payroll, debt services until the budget is adopted. A temporary municipal budget can be adopted before the start of the new calendar year. So, and what it is just pointing out the fact of how information is provided falsely to misdirect the council. Was it a big deal to have a meeting then? No, it wasn't. But here's the last caveat of another mistruth that the budget officer or CFO gave out just today. So, and Councilman Abdelaziz, because you got a very good memory, I'm not sure if you recall this or not, but not only was payroll then moved to personnel, but we gave that personnel director a $15,000 pay increase because she was well versed supposedly in the new system. Payroll was done in-house. In fact, checks were cut in-house. And this is, we sent it out after they failed to process it, to be able to properly process it, but we never rescinded that $15,000 pay increase that she received. Yes, keep shaking your head. The payroll was in-house with Edmonds, talking about Councilwoman. And we printed the checks, et cetera, in-house. HR had to print all the reports. Payroll was outsourced to Prime Point, and they printed the checks with W-2s and reports. HR used to handle all of that. In fact, when there's within the BA's office, some of the payroll for staff in the clerk's office is being handled with those employees there. So, yet again, we give out false information. We've already cut checks and we've already give pay increases to employees to do certain services, and when they fail to do it, we go out here and outsource it and pay somebody else, but we never took back that money. So, we have to mind the kitchen. We're sitting here allowing for things like this to continuously to happen, and the community is being taken advantage of. And lastly, I'll just say this, sis, my fellow School 21 graduate, the recommendation for hitting them in the pockets. You came to the podium and you talked about certain things within the 4-4 with Councilwoman Cotton. Almost every single item you spoke about falls under the purview of the mayor, the BA, and the administration. The council members don't have the ability to go out and fine. In fact, they have to implement these fines. They have to put these things in. They have to actually put the things in place. We create, in fact, Councilman Mendez amended the ordinance for $10,000. They haven't given us one report because nobody's been fined that amount. No one's been fined, but yet dumping is taking place all over the community. Anyway, I digress. Madam Clerk, I appreciate your patience. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Paterson. Good evening, everyone. Those who are here in the chamber, those who are watching us live on our TV. I thank you all for your participation in our meeting here in person and virtually. Many concerns were shared in the chamber, and I believe that we need to speak about it. Many of our residents spoke about the illegal dumping, and many of you know that those are even not here. This something needs to be addressed, and those who are involved to it, I think they should be punished. We have bulk pickup situation in our city for last about a year or so, and this is the reason we can see trash on our city's street, it does not mean that if we solve the problem for bulk pickup, this is going to solve illegal dumping. This is not going to happen until the people who are doing this, they're getting punishment. Now, even today when I get to the council meeting, I sent a video to the directors regarding a illegal dumping on Wayne Avenue that took place yesterday. Last week, last month, a few times, DPW cleaned up the trash. And so many of you saw the post from our residents, especially Mr. G. Greer is here. We see the post on the social media, but there is no remedy though, no permanent solutions. We see your request, we request to our DPW, and they go and clean. Then right after, we see again repetition of the same action, because there is no penalty, or we are not catching them for their wrongdoings. So I urge the Paterson Police Department, they have to look at these videos regardless what source posted them, whether on the social media or we council members or residents send them. I think they have to get in action and catch those who are doing or doing this kind of crime in our city. Otherwise, solving bulk situation is not going to solve illegal dumping. And I believe that our next project, Council President, I think this should be our concentration, that the bulk pickup situation scheduling, is it working? You know very well. I'm talking about my team and myself. When we drive around the city, when we see trash on the street, what we do actually, we stop and I make schedule for those locations. I make schedule. The point is, let's say I schedule for trash on Redwood Avenue, day before yesterday. I was driving by, it's not that someone called me, I was driving by, I saw trash on the street, I parked my car, took picture, and scheduled for February 8th or so. That was the date or given online. The point is, this trash is going to sleep there until the DPW go and pick them up. So what's happening is, first of all, the residents are not familiar with scheduling, or sometimes they're ignoring going through the process, they are throwing their trash outside. Now, we have, this situation is not going to solve until whether we have to come up with a better plan, and if we place a better plan and people throw their trash outside on the day or they should not, I think they should be ticketed. There should be some proper solution and permanent solution for bulk pickup situation. Now, we also, Mr. Director Gilmore spoke about the construction takes place without permission. I mean, look, what council members can do. What we can say is that I think we need to hire more inspectors or whatever the department looks for to make sure that nobody does their construction without permission. But again, the residents have different experience. I'm talking about today, Ms. Didra is not here. She made few of the, about 2 or 3 emails today for some of my constituents regarding their permit for the construction. They requested for the permit, just a simple permit to renovate their houses. Is more than 2 months. They did not hear anything back from the community improvement department, whether it's approved or anything anything else they have to provide. So how long people can just sit down and paying a mortgage and they are not even able to start their construction? So you cannot just blame people. Also, we have to be effective on our jobs as well. That we have to make sure that those who purchase house, especially 1-family, 2-family houses, our residents, they are waiting for the renovation or whatever work to be done to get into the house, so that at least they can rent the house or they can live in the house. By the time they are not renting or they are not living in the house, they are paying mortgage out of their pocket for nothing. So we have to pay attention to this. When people find out this, our process is lengthy for no reason, some people will take the advantage that, okay, now let's not go for any process. Let's do whatever we want, because they are not getting any punishment at all. So we cannot just blame people. We have to be effective from our seat as well. So this is my hope. And again, I believe that I have to send another email to the community improvement that what else we could have done to expedite the process. I mean, Council President, just know this. I have today, Ms. Deidre emailed on my behalf today one of the properties. I said, what's the update with the application? The applicant is waiting, he's coming back and forth, no response. So email came back that the application was processed on the January 7th. They are reviewing the application. But how long this review process is going to take place? When it's going to be end? Nobody knows. That's my email from Ms. Deidre. So think about when you are blaming people, they are not coming to the community improvement for permission. But when your permission takes months, why would they have to go there? They rather would take the punishment. Punishment is less than the mortgage they are paying for nothing. So, exactly. Now, this is what's going on. I'm talking about just today's experience. And this is the everyday experience of our people. So I believe that every department needs to be effective from on their jobs. Now, Corporation Council. One thing I need to mention right here about PLA agreement, about the dispatch center. Corporation Council. You saw the news article yesterday about the dispatch center and the PLA agreement. When we voted last week on the December 30th for the dispatch center, and I believe that any project come 5 million or more, the PLA will be involved. The news article covered that PLA were removed from this project. I'm not sure what's the rationale behind it. Residents are calling, so I believe that people need to hear back from the administration that look, this is our very first project PLA should get involved. Because before that, there was no PLA. All the projects we did was less than $5 million. So I believe that the administration needs to provide the rationale why they removed PLA from this project as well. So we council members can respond to the people as well. With that being said, again, Paterson, we all have to work hard. Just know this. When you talk about illegal dumping, when you talk about the trash on our street, but just know this, cleanliness starts from all of us. Sometimes we throw trash on our streets. I have seen so many times in our city that people are driving and they are reading something maybe in the car and throwing their trash out of their, from their car. This was happening in our city. If we really want to see our city clean, we all have to be part of this. We, the city council members, have to do a better job on this. Administration has to do a better job on this. And you and we all have to be part of this. Because this is our city. If we make this city clean, this is for us, not for others. So let's work together. With that being said, my vote is just to close the public portion.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Thank you. Sure. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Assemblyman, thank you. So, there's a lot of topic that being brought up to this podium. I respect all of them. First of all, I want to send my condolence to the family of Jose, police patrol officer Jose Valentin, that passed away this past weekend. Good police officer, good patrolman. My condolence goes to the Paterson Police, to the men and women of Paterson Police, for the family of Patrol Officer Jose Valentin. Can you open it wide, Raphael? With Raphael.
I'm sorry, Council President. Councilman Scott.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't need to divide attention, but I was paying attention to every comments that was here. So, thank you, brother. I know that. Councilman Udine stated that, you know, we as a residents have to do what we have to do. Try to keep our community clean, trying to make sure we cooperate, making sure that we support the DPW workers, et cetera, et cetera. One thing I gotta say is to the residents of the Fifth Ward, especially the Fifth Ward, those that send me texts with pictures of dumping, those that send me texts of dumping in different areas in the Fifth Ward. I just want to remind you that I received a text. Make sure that the text was delivered to any director in DPW. They instructed me to not send no more texts, to send emails. So I started doing that last week, sending emails regarding the dumping and other issues regarding cleanliness and things that happen in the city. Don't believe if they're not gonna get to it. They will get to it accordingly when they receive the email and they schedule that pickup to clean it up. All right, just be here with DPW. They have a 8.9 square mile city that they have to take care. It's more dumping than ever. We're celebrating a year of dumping in the city of Paterson because this all started in January 1st, 2024. Hopefully the administration catch up and brings a real plan how to keep our city clean. If we put also a little bit effort to maintain it clean. The resident of the Fifth Ward knows that I am proactive. I send texts, I send flyers. I do what I have to do to educate my residents how to keep their front clean, the business front clean. They put out the recycling. Sometimes recycling is behind, let's be honest, especially when it's Monday, and especially when it's Friday. There's sometimes some kind of culture to call out, and sometimes the service is the one that gets hurt here in the city of Paterson. Those residents that watched the news a little bit while back regarding a gentleman, and Councilman, listen to this part. This gentleman was living in Roberto Clemente Park. I don't know, you remember the article about the guy that was living inside the park, Roberto Clemente. You know, I reach out to him. I told him where to go to get help. He did that. So I receive a update of the work being done by the city with this gentleman. So Mr. Rolando, the gentleman that was living at Roberto Clemente Park with a dog and a lizard, right? He don't have no place to go. So he was at the Roberto Clemente Park, but we put fence at the Roberto Clemente Park. We advised him that the park is gonna be closed during the night, so he had to leave the park. I sent him to Real Fix, okay? So unfortunately, the good news is that he went there. The bad news is they cannot assist him because he got a dog and a lizard. And the sad part is they cannot fix his real problem because he don't have no kind of addiction. So to be able to be participant at the Real Fix, you need to be a drug addict. You had to have a dependent of drugs. So when I received that, I say, well, can you go a little bit extra mile for him? Because at least, God bless, he's not in drugs. The only problem he has now, he has a dog and a lizard. Is his family. Don't you think that the system will help somebody to get shelter no matter they got a dog, a cat, a lizard, a horse, or whatever, right? You know, you want to get help for it, right? So I recommend to change the name of the program from Real Fix to Addiction Fix. Because the Real Fix word is misleading the needs of the people out there. It's no real fix. It's misleading. People with homeless problems, house problem, apartment problem, they go there. They don't get solution. Why? Because they don't have an addiction. And that's wrong. The case to help people, you don't have to have a condition. It's a problem and a situation to resolve. So I think that program should be changed the name from Real Fix to Addiction Fix, because then the addicted will go there, right? Addiction people. So that's a recommendation. They came back saying that the reason they put Real Fix is because the 1-800 number, the only thing they give us is that word, Real Fix. That's nice, beautiful. But yes, yeah, yes, yes, yeah. But if you have a problem, you don't find a number, I will give you a right number, direct number, 973-321-1600. That's the mayor's office. No, anytime, call him. You want his phone number for his home? I'll give it to you. Yeah, no, hey, listen, they call me at 1 o'clock. I don't have no problem, I take calls. Mr. Gilmore stated about the construction permits is not getting done, this and that. I don't know why the stay is there. They said it was working fine. So that's one of the things. So I got 3 seconds to go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready to, last but not least, Council President. I love you, brother.
Go ahead.
Last but not least, listen, thank you for these young ladies coming here to learn about government.
They're amazing.
Amazing, yes. You know, yeah, no. And young lady,
I forgot to talk about that.
I always praise them because, and the parent too, because they bring them here to learn, to bring the concern. And I know homeschool, I know them quite good. Forgive me if I have done something wrong, okay? But treat you like my daughters. Paterson Police, what's his name? Givens, Reverend Givens. I heard back there that you were talking about cannabis.
Democrat.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought. Oh, no, just in case.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, Shelton? Oh, okay.
Thank you for getting it.
The administration had to get it right. They haven't kicked off. Yeah, on that. Yeah. Hey, I could live without it. Oh, yeah. That's a plan. But nobody's going to do it for free. The church had to pay light, water, resources. No, hold on. What I'm saying is, if you want the faith base to get involved in helping the city with shelters and homeless and this and that, listen, that costs money. The same way the administration spend money on other things, give it to the faith base, get the place ready, get personnel, and put the money in churches. They want churches to get involved. Listen, they want churches to get involved for free, and that's not fair. They spend money in another organization, and they don't invest it on it.
Come here, boss. I started going back to the gym. Come on.
Yeah.
Too much of the arm. It's crazy. Back. I'm getting ready for Councilman Jackson. Huh? You ready, Councilman? No.
You have a vote?
I'm sorry. We're closing the public portion. Can we get back? Can we get back to business? I'm sorry. Yes, I know. So. No. Yes, but. No, West Brother is open, so yeah, it's open. And YMCA is open, and so on and so forth. I'm sorry, Councilman Valesky. Yeah,
That was a commercial from the Reverend Gibbons.
Yes.
Council President, my vote is yes.
Okay.
Council
wow.
President.
Thank you, thank you. So before we leave, before my council colleagues start leaving this meeting, so let me just address some of the members of the public. But once again, I want to say thank you to our Paterson residents that come into our meeting every day, every Tuesday during our meeting, our workshop, regular meeting to express their concern. Now, I'm all about choice, and I make it as a joke. But one of the speakers, he came in and he comment about my suit that is too tight, that I look like a bouncer, and so on and so forth. He called me a bouncer tonight. That was Councilman Jackson. Hey, but you know what? When you come to a meeting and you have to pay attention to the way I dress, I love the way I dress. This is my style. I don't think that you have much to offer to our city. But now, people speak about dumping. I was the one that introduced the legislation to increase the fine to up to $10,000 for those people that are dumping in our community. I was the one. Now, so with that being said, Mr. Ed Buzzes, so the person in charge of Real Fix, we have $1 million grant for 77 cameras and the software to install it. So I'm requesting a formal presentation from Mr. Ed Buzzes in front of the council to see where are those cameras. They're not in Paterson yet. That's one of the ways that we're gonna control that, because quite honestly, people taking pictures of other people dumping, they will never go to court to testify against that person. That's not gonna happen. We need those cameras in those different locations to stop dumping. The legislation is there, and $10,000 is a heavy fine. I know people that they already been hit with that amount, but it's not enough. We have a lot more people that are dumping in our community, and we have to take action on that. Now, the problem with a bulk pickup, the bulk situation. Now, Council Cali, just give me a minute of the council members. The situation with a bulk pickup. One of the easy solutions of this is people are not calling. They're not calling to schedule a table, a chair. They're not doing that. They call the doctor to schedule an appointment with the doctor. It's not working. Now, what the administration needs to do is to set a fixed schedule. Let me know what day I have, what day out of the month, if it's one day out of the month or twice a month. The time that I could put the chair that I'm not using outside, let me know the exact day and the time. The same way we have recycling throughout the city, we have the schedule. Let's put the bulk pickup on the schedule. Forget about calling. People are not calling. We fail on that, and that need to be changed. If we want to fix the problem with that, you have a solution right there, immediately. And we don't have to go around and look into more call and technology and data. We don't need data for that. We gotta clean the city. Paterson is filthy, and what we're doing now is not working. So what we gotta do is we have the legislation in place. We need the cameras in those locations, and we need to fix the schedule of every area. The 3 zones that we have, give one day out of the month or twice a month for those people to put those things that they're not using, tables, chairs, sofa, whatever they want to put up there. Just give them 1 day or 2 days. That's about it. It will help the public work department be more effective, because they will keep control of the route, but not calling, not scheduling, because it's not happening. People are dumping that stuff everywhere they can. That's what happened. That's what really happened. Truck park overnight in the 3rd Ward. I've been calling every single week. Corporation Council, please, if we could reach out to our police department tomorrow. I've been calling about those tractor trailer parking overnight in the 3rd Ward, and not only in the 3rd Ward. I drive around the city. I see them parked everywhere. Commercial truck everywhere. They taking parking away from our residents. And if you own a business, you need to have a yard for you to park those trucks. That's what you need to do. You're gonna be ticket and towing. We have a law in place that we're not enforcing. Enforcement is the problem in the city of Paterson. I think, so I want to talk about, we talk about a lot about the homeless today. And I'm just going to say this from the bottom of my heart, this is my personal opinion. Our children don't have a choice. Our seniors don't have a choice. Our females that come around the downtown and go out of the house, they don't have a choice. Our children need to see homeless people sleeping and urinating and doing all kind of things in the morning and in the afternoon when they go back and forth from the school. Last week, I visited 2 shelters. I don't want to mention no name. One of the shelters was the Old Women's Center. The capacity is for over 100 people. There was only 8 people. When I asked the person, how many more or less we have, they told me This is the most amount of people, sometimes we have 1 and 2, and the capacity is for over 100. I went to another place, it was over 50% empty. We have location for those individuals in our community. They're sick, they have mental problem, they have addiction problem. We cannot leave it up to them. Paterson is the only city in the county, and I guess in the state of New Jersey, that you could come from everywhere and build a tent on the sidewalk, or build a tent right next to your house, and you could stay there. You could urinate there, you could defecate there, you could do whatever you want. People, they cannot come to downtown Paterson. We have homeless in downtown Paterson, harassing the customers. Our business owners, they're suffering in the downtown Paterson because downtown Paterson is filthy. We have people sleeping on the street everywhere. It look horrible, and that need to stop. And the only way that is going to stop is for us to take action. I count over 10, way more than 10 entities here in the city of Paterson. Their job and their funding is to help those people in need with addiction, with homeless situation. But guess what? We have to step up into the plate. We cannot allow people to come into our community and open a tent and stay there, and we cannot do nothing about it. It's impossible. You go to Wayne, you don't see that. You go to Clifton, you don't see that. Horton, Prospect Park, any town around Passaic County, or Bergen County or Essex County, only in Paterson. Why is that? We have people coming from all over the state of New Jersey, coming into Paterson, getting into the red truck, getting into the downtown, the alleyway of those businesses, under the bridge, and we're not taking action. I refuse to live in a city like this. I refuse to live in a Paterson that I see right now. We got to take action with this. And I have a conversation with Lieutenant Sharon East, so she's fully on board. They need help, and we have to direct them. But it's not a choice that they stay in our street, urinating, defecating, doing all the things that they're doing, harassing customers. Our business owners downtown, they losing business every day because people refuse to come to downtown. So we got to take action, Paterson, and it start right here. It's not true that there's no help, but they don't need it. They don't need help. They could go, they ask for money, they eat, and they use to, they satisfy their needs. So no, they're sick and they need help. We have to direct them to those entities that have most of those beds empty, and they have those services to make sure that they get back into the community and they could go back to their town where they came from to get the help. That's what needs to be done. So I hope that we could have a serious conversation about that, because if we feel sorry about the homeless, yes, we have to feel sorry about our children that go in the morning and go through there in the morning and go back to the school in the afternoon, and they have to smell what's going on in the street. They have to see things that they should not, that they don't supposed to see. Our elderly, our senior, our females, our taxpayers, we have to worry about them, because those entities that we have in the city of Paterson, they're getting the funding and they're ready to serve. But those people, voluntarily, they're not gonna go to those places. It's our job to say, I'm sorry, you cannot sleep, you cannot camp over here. Across the street from City Hall, I feel embarrassing. Every time we have visited, that they park in the public parking and they have to cross to get into City Hall and see what they see. I feel embarrassing, I'm sorry. I invite people to the city of Paterson, and when they come to Broadway, when they get into on the highway, the first thing is what they tell me, Council President, you guys have a lot of work to do here. There's a lot of problems in the city. So we have a lot of work to do, and we gotta take action. With that being said, I do apologize, Madam Clerk, because I didn't mention that our VA, Kathleen Long, was sick. She got sick at the last meeting. That's the reason why Mr. Harry Cevallos is not here. That's the reason why we don't have anybody on her seat, because she's supposed to be here with us. But she got sick at the last minute, and she went home. I hope she feel okay. I hope she's doing well. I will follow up with a phone call tomorrow, and hope she's doing okay. With that being said, let's pray for our city, and let's definitely do what the right thing for our community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President DeVoe. 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion for the workshop session is hereby closed.
Council President.
Sure.
May I-
Just a minute, Councilman Velez. Council members, I think that, Councilman Velez, the item number 8, going back to the workshop.
Yeah.
I know I asked Ms. Phillips to put item number 8 on regular, but Javier answer your question, I believe, but we're
No,
gonna leave
it's,
it on regular.
no, yeah, I want to leave it in regular.
We're gonna leave it on regular.
And
Madam Clerk.
I want Javier, when, if possible, before.
I'm sorry, where's Mr. Silva? Mr. Silva, can you come back to your seat, please?
Oh, right. What I only want from Javier, when, before Tuesday, when we make the vote, I want to see itemized, bill, how they spending this money in this telecommunication and the scope of work they doing or whatever, to make my, decision on it. I want to see at least bills, how they're spending, on this contract. What is the scope of work? What they doing with that contract? The telecommunication,
Data solutions, correct?
huh? Yeah.
Data solutions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, if you could come, I know Councilman Jackson requested, how much, we are paying for, that you say taxpayer money, paying, for that, robocalls, from 2018 up to now. That's when he started, 2018 up to now. The other thing is, Council President, I know you mentioned that other municipality like Clifton, Wayne, Hawthorne, Elmo Park don't have the problem that we have with homeless. It's good to send them a letter to tell us how they do it. I would like to know. Without an ordinance that they want to put in place, without the enforcement that we want to put, like 2,000 fines or whatever, how this municipality are doing it. Because it has to be a secret how they doing it. If they don't have homeless in the street, they don't have squatters, they don't have nothing, and we have it all, I want to know how they doing it. How they doing that to prevent it in their city. Elmo Park, Hawthorne, Passaic,
Eldon.
Wayne, Clifton, Heldon. I want to know how they do it, right? Council President, we want to know the secret, how they do it. No, I want to know if they at least could come back saying, we keep it clean because we put them in the car and we drop it in Paterson. Probably they're going to come and say that. But we need to know how they keep it like that. I know, but no, hold on. If you ask this homeless individual where the primary residence is, they're going to tell me they came from Clifton, Elmo Park, Wayne. So I want to know how their cities are clean or free of homeless. Right? Now, I don't want to go there, right? I just want to know if they have a plan in place over there that probably we could put it here and it probably works, right? Somehow. Correct. But I hear you, Council President. We have a big problem, and and we have it, but we need to see what's the roots of the problems of creating this. People coming to Paterson and seeing that Paterson that they don't only buy drugs. So I know people in tents. I know people in tents that don't use drugs. I know people in tents that don't use drugs. Perfect example. This gentleman that lives in Roberto Clemente Park, he don't use drugs. He only have a dog and a lizard, and he don't have a place to go with his dog and lizard. So don't confuse drug with a condition, okay? I know people that are walking like dizzy and this and that. They have probably a medical condition that make them walk dizzy. So, Council President, I just want to say that because there have to be a method. There have to be a plan that they have in place that this city are free of homeless, and having that conversation with them, probably sending a letter, listen, we have noticed that you don't have homeless. We have noticed that you don't have this in your city. Can you tell us what is your plan? What are you putting in place that you don't have it? Yeah. Thank you, Council President.
Let me just, I'll be brief. I asked a person that he's been here for a while, asking panhandling and living under the bridge. And I asked him, listen, let me ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. And I told him, so why are you choosing Paterson? His answer was because they don't bother me here in Paterson. They don't bother me. I stay here, I ask for money, I eat, I sleep under the bridge, and they don't bother me. Nobody say nothing to me. The problem that what happened with all the municipality and the way they've been so effective is because of this. If you go to Clifton, you go to Hawthorne, and you stay on the corner, and you're gonna have somebody there, you're gonna have an officer. If you have a problem with addiction, they're gonna direct you to a place. If you don't have a place to live, they're gonna send you to a shelter, or they're gonna send you to an institution, but they're not gonna leave you in the street. What happened in Paterson is that nobody pay attention. Anybody could come to the city of Paterson and play like a homeless, and you don't know that person could be any criminal from any place in the state or in the country, and they come to Paterson, and we don't know who live in Paterson. We don't know who's sleeping in the street of our city, and that's a big problem. In the surrounding area in Passaic County, you would never go to Hawthorne and stay on the corner and try to ask for money. You will never build a tent on the park on Hawthorne or on any sidewalk. You're gonna have the health department, the police department, everybody. What's going on? What is your problem? You don't have a place to stay? We're gonna direct you to a place to stay. You have a family problem? We have a mental problem? We're going to address it. Here in Paterson, we're not doing that. We allow people to stay in the street, to do whatever they want. People in Paterson, we have people with mental problems in the downtown that they're getting into a restaurant, taking the food away from people and asking for money and being aggressive. So that's a problem that needs to be addressed, and the best way to do it is by paying attention, putting this legislation in place. I spoke with Sharon Easton. She's in full support, and she's going to talk to us this coming week. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Council President. So, Paterson, I am very optimistic about future of our city, because you have seen that two young ladies spoke on the mic, Leo Mora and Victoria Mora, and young folks like Moras are involved in different activities in our city. I'm grateful to my team because right now 55 children from different schools and universities are working with me voluntarily for different projects in our city. And I welcome Leo from this Saturday joining my team as well. So this is why I'm very optimistic that Paterson will be on the right hand in the near future. But we all residents have to get together to make sure that we vote or we support the people those who support the city of Paterson. Another thing I want to just speak about, Council President, that from now, every single thing I address to the different departments is going to be in written form. Because of the different frustration that I did for the community improvement today, this is exactly the same thing I'm gonna do with the police department from now. I live in healthcare section of Paterson. I'm talking about my personal experience. And people calling for overweight truck parking right in front of my house. I used my address to police department for multiple times regarding truck parking in front of my own house. I am an elected official. People call me for their problems, and I'm dealing with my own problem. I'm failing on myself. I call police department almost every day. I call police department for a truck parked on my street. I have seen a few times that they are giving ticket and they are leaving. Truck parked still there. My point is whether they pay ticket or they find some other options to not to pay, I don't know. But the ordinance says they have to remove the truck from there. Tow it. That does not take place. So tomorrow, I'm sending another written email to the police department just to make sure that whether they are going to remove it, and I'm going to record everything from now. Because this is a frustration that every single individual living in the city of Paterson going through. We have parking issue on top of this, illegal parking on top of this, the overweight truck parking. Reverend Given spoke about the back then we had the sign on the street saying no overweight truck parking on the street. We have to go back to our old-fashioned way, and we have to make sure we enforce. I understand that we are coming up with innovative ideas on the paper, resolution, new ordinances. That's true. Council President, we are talking about the enforcement for not to have tents on the street. Nothing is going to take place until there is enforcement. So if departments from now, I think this is what should be our commitment. Again, it's not really anti-mayor or in favor of mayor. That's not our stand. That's not my stand I'm talking about. Any department we feel they are not supporting to our ordinances, our resolution that we are giving in their hand, we have to commit it to ourselves that we are not going to move forward with anything they comes up with until they enforce the ordinance or the resolution that we gave in their hand to enforce. That should be our commitment if we really care about the city of Paterson. Because we are just, look, every day people come in here, people calling us, all the council members, we all are doing our jobs. There's no question about anybody's job. But point is that when people are calling for some issue, we have no solutions because you are reaching out to the department is failing to address this issue. So I believe that we have to be committed. It's not really we are speaking against mayor. That's not our there's nothing personal. But point is anybody in any department do not, work, properly. We cannot hire them or fire them, but we can stop them until they are active on their duty. So this is exactly my stand. And from now, I think I am going to stop calling. My communication would be in written form from now. I'm not voting.
No, Council
President, I think we need
President.
we need to be together on those kind of items.
Council President.
Thank you,
And it's
Councilwoman.
good to know, listen, since 2016, I've been sitting here. You've been sitting here for a while. All the council members here sitting for a while. We have draft ordinance, okay? And I'm gonna put you for an example. Councilman Jackson drafted an ordinance to not be panhandling and blocking the McDonald's windows and all that stuff, right? And they're not enforcing it. We draft an ordinance about panhandling on the traffic light. They're not enforcing it. The same girl is always panhandling on Market Street. That every time that she see me, she say, "Here you again," all right? But if I see him 100 times, the cops see him 200 times.
Sure.
We have another ordinance we draft, not sell, expend gas to the illegal bikes and the illegal bikes in the city of Paterson. They're still there. It's just a feel-good ordinance that they cannot enforce.
Sure.
And it's in the books.
Sure.
Blocking the passage of the sidewalk. It's in the book. Noise in the street is in the book. You name it. Everything's in the book. Now, I just want to know the secrets of the other cities.
Thank you.
What are they doing?
Thank you, Councilman. So, I know Councilman Davila is about to leave and Councilman Jackson. Before we break quorum, council members, there's honorees that we have, all the honorees that we have on this section, Madam Clerk. So we could add it into the consent agenda, but making sure that
No.
So okay, so let's get back. Don't leave, council members. So let's go through the honorees because you have honorees here. No. There's other item between 11 and 13. Okay, no, give me a second. So let's go. Item number 9 is a raffle that should go on consent. Item number 10, consent. Council members, resolution memorializing the life and legacy to Dr. Garner.
Regular?
If I could be added as a sponsor, Dr. Garner was a good friend of mine.
And I could be added as a
so,
co-sponsor?
Respectfully. Yeah, she was a.
Can I get added as a co-sponsor?
Yeah, so Dr. Garner through Bernal.
And can I be added as a co-sponsor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 12, Councilmember, resolution designating February 25th as a Black History Month. That's on regular Black History Month celebration. Now, let me make a quick announcement. The celebration, Councilwoman Cotton, of February 21st is going to be at the council chamber. The council chamber will be ready to celebrate this great event at the council chamber. So Black History Month will be celebrated in City Hall. So we're looking forward on the 21st.
February
21st.
February. Sure. Thank you. So, Councilwoman, let me continue. Item 13, resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Sammy Torre. That will go, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Velez on regular. Okay. If you could add me, Councilman Velez on Sammy, appreciate it.
Council President, if I may. The flag raising is still scheduled for February 1st at 12 o'clock in front of City Hall. The award program is scheduled for February 21st. We'll be back into the council council chambers.
Let's keep our finger crossed.
Yeah.
Council chamber will be ready on February 2. I ordered a special chair for my council colleague.
Especially
You'll be ready. Councilman Velez, you have a
especially good
special
thing
chair
we
for
say
you.
about DPW, I hope he'll be there.
Special chair to all my, and I have one special for Councilman Jackson as well. They're all special for all of you guys. They look beautiful, by the way. So item 13 will be on regular finance. Item 14,
All of
the
them
junkyard on
consent,
consent.
consent.
Motor vehicle, junkyard
All of them
15
consent.
consent, 16 consent.
18
Coin
consent.
operator 17 consent. Laundry license 18 consent. Coin
19
operator
consent.
laundry license consent on 19.
Consent.
See, we go quick on this,
We already
Councilman,
did
council
fire,
members.
we did
Item
human
39,
service.
resolution honoring and memorializing the life and legacy of Margaret Elizabeth Robinson, sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Mims. Item 39, regular consent, Councilwoman. You could put it on consent and still, it will show up as that you are the sponsor as well.
So consent?
Consent? Okay. 39.
Before you go to number 40,
Okay.
Council President, about 40.
Can I be co-sponsor?
Yes.
40, resolution memorializing the Muslim Heritage Month, Councilman.
There's a mistake, Council President, that that should be sponsored by myself, Councilman Khalik, and Al-Aziz, and co-sponsored by remaining council members.
Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that. Item 39 will be sponsored also as well by Councilman Khalik, Councilman Al-Aziz, and co-sponsored by the remaining council. And item number 40 will be a regular consent.
And also, Council President, can I just speak, since we are speaking, just 30 seconds?
Yes.
That we are not just passing a resolution just to celebrate Muslim Heritage Month. Also, by next 2 days, I'm going to reach out to the council members that whether we can honor some of the Muslim people that live in the city, contributed religious way of any ethnic background. Just Muslim Heritage Month does not mean any ethnicity.
Beautiful.
So I'm going to reach out to you, everyone, and I'm going to let you know the location so we can all sponsor the.
We have to
honor
support,
people.
we have to support
Yes,
diversity,
supporters.
my councilman,
So you're
absolutely.
gonna let
Regular
them know.
consent, Councilman.
Put it regular so you can speak
Regular?
about it.
Okay.
Yes.
Council member, so item number 41, the resolution
Consent,
authorizing the world
consent,
contract.
consent.
Consent, council members, thank you. So, so let's move to item 45, which is resolution honoring Integrity Lodge, sponsored by Councilman Ruby Cotton. Councilman, can we put in consent? Okay. A resolution honoring Teresa on the Black History, 46, Councilman Mims, a regular. Okay, 47, Councilman Velez.
47 regular.
Regular, your honoree, okay.
Can you please add me?
48,
Quadrado. Co-sponsor.
No, Councilman, let me clear that 47 is resolution honoring Passaic County Under Sheriff Alberto
Humberto
Cuadrado
Cuadrado.
for his trailblazing career and law enforcement and community service. Sponsored by the Fifth Ward
Luis
Councilman. Luis
Velez.
Velez.
And
Thank you.
co-sponsored
So
by
48
MD
consent, Madam Clerk, 48 consent.
47.
And
40,
myself as the
49 is,
co-sponsor, I need his permission.
49, Councilman Velez, you're honoring, so, item 49, Councilman Velez, you honor regular
You
consent.
can say no to me. Add myself.
49.
47 as co-sponsor. You sure?
Councilman Velez.
Huh?
Item 49, you want to, this is your honorees.
My honoree, I would like to have it regular, please.
Okay,
She's
okay,
my neighbor.
a regular, perfect.
What do you
Item
do?
number
What do you-
50, item number 50, Councilman Jackson, this is your item. I spoke with Councilman, with Corporation Council. So even though you do your copies and sign it, but he's gonna put it on the format of the resolution and sign it, so it will go on consent or regular? Okay, regular, item number 50.
Hold on for a minute. Councilman, I just want to clarify. This goes as a resolution or as an ordinance?
No, it's a resolution.
Remember, the ordinance is enforceable.
No, it's a resolution, and Corporation Council.
Resolution is a memorizing.
Corporation Council went over the resolution, he went over it, and he will sign on. He doesn't see any illegality or any wrongdoing.
As a resolution.
As a resolution, not ordinance, okay?
Go ahead, what? Go ahead.
Corporation Counsel.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. So yeah, we did review this and work with Councilman Jackson to make the edits that we thought needed to be made. And so we'll put this on resolution paper and sign off on it and have it ready this week for the next meeting.
So in
thank-
other
thank you
words,
for
this
that.
will be
And this is
sending
for-
a
and this is-
message.
And this is for the record, that Corporation Counsel doesn't work with Councilman Jackson. He do
Well,
work
we
with
can
Councilman
put that
Jackson.
aside. The point is we're happy to help achieve this.
My question is, will this serve the purpose to advise the board to, or to advise the council to them that they have to not charge parking? Because one thing is, who this resolution will give authority to? To the boards or to whom? Because here says resolution urgent,
No one.
vigorous
No one.
enforcement, the word enforcement of zoning codes. So that's what I'm talking about, the word enforcement. So leave it in regular?
Regular?
Yeah,
Okay.
leave it in regular.
All right, thank you, Councilman Regular. And the last item, council members, the last item of this phenomenal agenda is item 51, which is resolution authorizing the award of contract to Flooring Foundation for the purchase and installation of flooring at the city clerk office. Yes,
Put on
we did.
consent.
Oh, my God.
Put on consent.
My, our clerk, that floor, oh, Lord. Yes, I'm sorry. Our deputy clerk, that floor, oh, Lord Jesus. Yes. Yes, we need it. Oh, my God, I feel so bad. We need a kitchen. We need a kitchen at City Hall for the staff, a full kitchen where our staff, they could take a break. When you take a break, when you have lunch and you're sitting on your desk and you have lunch on your desk, you actually didn't went out for lunch. You didn't. You have to walk away from your desk and getting to go outside, go into an open space and have lunch, and then come back. That mentally, that's really helpful for our employees. So that's the next step, but the floor have to be changed. So this will go on consent, council members. And we finished with agenda. May I have a motion to close? Moved by
Second.
Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Udine. Roll call to close the workshops, this workshop of January 14.
Roll call to
back room.
close the
What are you talking
workshop of
about?
January 14th, 2025. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Madam Clerk, everyone have a good night. God bless. My vote is yes.
Yes, it did. It did. Okay, okay, no problem. Where's the original? I got it right here.
Yeah.
We can take care of it whenever. I'll stop by tomorrow. I'll stop by tomorrow.
Okay.
Council Pre,
Yeah,
oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, madam. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The roll call to close.
Roll call
It
for,
was moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Udine.
yes, roll call to close the workshop session of January 14th, 2025. Councilman Abdelaziz is left.
he said,
Okay, Councilman
yeah,
Councilwoman Cotton?
he said yes. I just want to make a few points. The discussion was in here regarding like the police department and stuff, and I just want to put it on record that everyone already knows that we're already 100 police officers short. They have so many calls that they're doing. There's so many things that they can do, but I know they go out and they do the best that they can. I tell people all the time, if you need to reach out to the police department, we have a new OIC, but they have been cracking down on illegal after hours. I've gone to them to see myself. They're all up in Bunker Hill, all in factories, all in buildings, all in mechanic shops. So our police department hands is really full. We're cracking down on different items and stuff. And as I said before, I will have a conversation with the young lady, but let me just say that I have worked with Tier 1, I have worked with EVAs, and I'm gonna have a conversation with you, but they have been, seeing them doing a good job, they have been, but we will have a conversation. I just wanna say that always, and I'm a big believer of second chances. I'm a big believer everyone deserves second chances, and we must do our best to help them to achieve those second chances. We must do our best to do that. So we will have a conversation with that. To you all out there, have a good night. God bless you all. And as I said before, I'm always only a phone call away. Everyone, have a good night. God bless you all.
Thank you, Councilwoman
Madam
Cotton.
Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was just gonna vote yes, but, man, I just realized it's the first time in ever Councilman Abdelaziz is closing out a meeting. What the heck? Yo. Normally you slipping your shoes on real quick and running out of this, off the screen.
That's what happens when you're not talking so much at the meeting.
First time, it must be something's going on, something different that's happening, huh? Oh, Lord, okay. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Paterson, for the opportunity to serve you. Just know this, I want the new generation to get involved in our city's business. And this is the reason so many of my volunteers involved in different activities. And I'm offering now internship opportunities with my team from February 15th until May 15th. It's 3 months of internship. My flyers out there, different universities, colleges promoting on their campuses, and so many of the applicants we received, but I want to see our Paterson children getting involved. One day, these children will lead this city, and city will be in the right direction. With that, hope, my vote is yes. And
Thank
good
you,
night,
Councilman
everyone.
Udine. Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
I just want to know if Ruby's okay. Trust me, I haven't seen Ruby Khan getting out of her chair and argue, not at all. Listen, Paterson, good night. Thank you, Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk, sorry. Sophia, Corporation Council, thank you for your diligent work and your office to save us money and moving forward. That's the legal department. Rafael, thank you. I noticed your hair getting more whiter than ever. Let me see. Abdelaziz, I wish you luck on Thursday. I wish you luck on Thursday. And to the committee members of the Passaic County Democrat, please come out, do what is right for the District 35th in the Passaic County and the district. Let's make sure we put the right people that really care about Paterson and care about the district, making sure that you cast your wise vote to make sure that we had the right representation in our district. It's important because the way Passaic County goes, the whole state will go. So putting the people that knows Paterson, it will make a good asset for Paterson. Right, Councilman Mendez?
That's right.
Saying that, I know it's cold out there. Let's pray for everyone. Let's keep Madam Clerk in your prayers.
Yes.
And please, let's, as a good note, we could agreed or disagreed. Remember, we all in the same boat. We need to work together. Even that you don't think that we are working together. Javier Silva, thank you for being here and getting all the beat up that we give you today. I'm just kidding. Just give me that report and we okay. And let's pray for Madam B.A. I was hoping to see her today. I don't know if this is one of the last meetings that we have with her. No, it was next one, right? I believe next week. Which one? I know. Let's hope that they stay in Trenton. They don't come to Paterson.
All right.
Madam Clerk, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Councilman.
You're a woman of wisdom.
Say that he can't do that anymore. He should control.
I love Udine. Udine, sit down. Councilman Mendez, thank you for your leadership. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our Deputy Clerk, Ms. Phillips, listen, thank you so very much. You're acting as a clerk. Our clerk, Jackie, we wish you a speedy recovery. We're gonna be praying for you. We love you. The city of Paterson love you. And I know that you're gonna be, very soon, you're gonna be back with us. We're gonna pray, God, that you get back, full, healthy and ready to work with us and to do the work that you do for the city of Paterson. We love you. Sophia, thank you so very much. Sophia, she's a little bit under the weather, and she's still here with us, working. I love Sophia. She worked really hard for us. Corporation Council, thank you. Thank you so very much. To my council colleague, we finished the agenda. So to Paterson, let's pray for our city. Let's work together because we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of things to get done in the city of Paterson. May God bless you all. If you need to reach out to me, my cell phone is 973-930-1436. Let me remind everybody that commercial truck, they should not be parking overnight in our community. I'm going to continue fighting to enforce that legislation because our public, they deserve to park. They deserve to have free parking space to park when they come back from work. God bless you all, and good night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. The workshop session of January 14th, 2025 is hereby adjourned.